Welcome to the show tonight. Happy to have you guys here. My name is Robert, remote living gringo. I'm sorry I don't have any kind of special intro for you, man. You just get me with a little awkward hello to you guys tonight. So then we could just jump right into what we're going to be covering tonight. Tonight's stream has been titled "Good Men Are Paying the Price." And before I get into even going deeper into that, I wanna share something with you guys that popped up for me just yesterday and give us some context until we're going to get in what we're going to get into tonight, and then I'm going to bring on the guys and we could start to talk about this. So let me get in here. So I to give you guys some context, whenever guys are getting denied, I typically share about it. When girls are drugging guys, I typically share about it. So I have plenty of reels out there, and the other day I received a DM where a guy said, "Hey, that is me in that reel." So I'm going to start there and just show you guys the reel that we'll be referencing. So you guys could see right here. If you guys go on Migration site, right, you'll be able to see this as well, right? They posted this very picture, so guys could find it. This was on July 9th, okay? So that is the reel. The important part about the reel itself, and you'll see in my caption, is that this man was denied entry into Medellin for suspected sexual tourism, okay? So I posted that on July 9th. I've posted plenty of stuff since then, and then here recently, I received a message from him in my DMs, and I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. So we'll get into why we're going to have to maybe pull up some messages. I would love to have him here. Unfortunately, he's not right now, so I'm going to show you guys the conversation so that this isn't real hearsay, right? You guys could see exactly what I received, and then I'm going to bring the guys in, and we're going to start to talk about this, okay? So here in this message right here, he is letting me know that he is the man in this video, right? That he is a government employee. He's been in the army for 12 years. He's been deployed 3 times. He doesn't involve himself in sexual tourism. It's unfortunate what happened, right? But nothing more really right there, okay? So he and I started to talk back and forth. I started to get a little bit of who he is, right? And let him know, hey, I'm sorry that this is happening to you. He seems solid. I want to just build a little bit on who he is since he isn't here. So one of the things that he shared with me, this is a guy that speaks English, Spanish, French, Arabic, right? And he's born in New Guinea, like Africa. The guys, I mean, hell, some of us, or at least me, I got a hard enough time speaking one language, let alone five. So we're dealing with a highly intelligent man, right? That is in the military. He risked his life for people like myself 3 times. He works for the federal government. He has a secret clearance. Okay. And the last thing I want to show before I bring on the guys, okay, is it was shared with all of us, right? Because it's on social media, the news, what it might be, that he was denied for sexual tourism. Okay. So he shared a message for me here that you guys could see that he received the denial documents weeks later. And the reason for his denial, right, was potential disturbance to security. Nothing about sexual exploitation for tourism, right? But then they turned around and they labeled it as him being denied for sexual tourism. Okay. So that is where we're going to start tonight. I want to bring on the guys. I want to talk about this in multiple different facets, okay, on what's going on here. So let me grab the guys real quick. What's up, guys? How you guys doing tonight?
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Hey, well, I'm happy to have you guys here to have this conversation. We had a few good ones already the last couple of nights, so we can keep it going. And Ronan, I'm going to start with you, man, because you are a vet. So
Yeah.
when you see that, right? I shared it with you, man. I mean, do you feel any type of way with that guy being like a brother of yours in terms of the military? Like, what when you see that, like, how does it resonate with you?
Well, his background alone lends me to believe exactly what he's saying from the information you sent me from his email, being in the military for 12 years and knowing those languages tells me he was in the intel field.
Mhm.
Okay. He has his top secret clearance. Believe me, brother, when you go through the background check of trying to get a top secret clearance, an ultra top secret clearance, they're talking to family members or family members, friends of friends of friends. They're going 6 to 12 deep. Anybody you were ever associated with, they don't peel back every layer of your life You do not ever want to jeopardize all that when it comes to how clean you are. I'm clean as a whistle. No, that's why I put my name out there. You know, you got my LinkedIn and everything on my. I'm a fiduciary behind that. But my top secret clearance in the military has helped me with my fiduciary license. I can walk into a gun store and 5 to 10 minutes later, walk out with the gun of my choice while other people are waiting 15, 20, 30 minutes for a background check to come through just so they can walk out with their gun. That's how clean I am. So believe you me, when I travel, when I'm doing my immigration here, I got to do every 2 months. I keep my nose clean because that is something you don't ever want to jeopardize after getting the approval for it. You don't ever want to jeopardize that. So I feel that when he says, "Yo, I'm not doing any of this to lose my position and my ability to work in that type of field."
Yeah, that makes. I mean, and that's a great perspective because for I mean, I'll speak for myself. I don't have anywhere near a top secret clearance, and I don't understand that process and how it works. But then when you lay it out like that, I mean, if there was something to really find on that guy, right? I would imagine that it would have already been dug up, and Ronan, when you have a clearance like that, do they actively stay on top of you in the sense of monitoring your type of behaviors?
They do, and because of the fact that you are under that kind of scrutiny, something pops up under your name with that clearance, and all of a sudden they go dig into it. You know,
Yeah.
they will go back and re-verify and keep re-verifying that you're not at risk. Your credit has to be straight. You can't be in debt to a lot of different people because then that makes you subject to being blackmailed and compromises you. You get what I mean? You can't be in a position where you're compromised, where it looks like somebody can control you or has something on you.
Yeah, that makes perfectly good sense. Well, thanks for touching on that. Charlie, go ahead, jump in. Tell me when you see the reel, you see what was posted, you hear what he had to share. What resonates with you?
Um, it's the usual suspects. Well, the usual scapegoats, if you ask me. I think they could do a lot more than what they doing to eradicate what they're trying to do. By that I mean, like, if you're trying to protect citizens and things of that nature, there could be a way that they go about it more efficiently. But I think it's more of a publicized thing. They're doing it for the camera. That's why such thing as a perk walk. That's why they're posting all these actual could be good man faces as they travel.
Yeah, Charlie. Hey, I think we're losing you on the mic. Some, unless it's just me. Do you guys hear him clear?
Now he dropped off for a second, so
Oh, because I was echoing, but if y'all can hear me now, what you think?
Yeah,
yeah,
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
you just have room displacement. It's picking up the echo off your walls in your house or whatever.
Hmm.
But that's okay. We can hear you. We understand you. It's
Y'all hear
not
me
just
better now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like I say, I think it's just an escape goal because let's just be honest. If you wanted to like dial down the ST, like the mixed tourism, you would be taking both sides to jail. You would be deporting one and importing the other to jail. I think to me, from the outside looking in, there's just an escape goal here. I land
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Fearless. What's your take?
Makes me very skeptical of the government because I know that when some people have gotten arrested, and especially in this community, they would jump to judgment to say, oh, they're guilty, they're this, they're that. And I always said, you being arrested or you being charged is not being found guilty. And
Mm,
I think we find some type of guilt in something that someone has done. And people can be traveling for any reason and get caught up. I told Ronan, I was laughing when I told Ronan my story when I got caught up. Uh, my wife had gone to DR and I stayed. I think she left earlier, but I stayed a few days after that. And so she had our child. She came back and I said, I don't want you to take all of this stuff. It's just too hard to transport the child, the luggage, things like that. So I said, you take the baby, I'll go back through. So when I come back through, and this is entering to the United States, I mean, it kind of, I guess it did look suspicious. I got a stuffed animal, I got some diapers, I got some toys, and and the woman's looking at me like, where the kid at? And I'm like, you know, they came through already. And the thing is, they can see who traveled with you. So all of a sudden, she's talking, and it's a black lady, and I'm thinking, all right. She's like, yeah, they put your passport in that locked seal, and like go to that room. So
Mm.
I'm in the room, uh, and the first thing they do is they call and say, we need your phone, your cell phone. I'm like, okay. I'm back there watching TV, and so after I was back there for about an hour, and so when I finally got called to the front, the gentleman called me to the office, and then just started asking questions, just general questions. And I said, hold up, what's up? He said, you don't know what this is about? I said, no. He said, she pulled you back here for child trafficking. I was like,
Wow.
but the thing is, then I started, I was like, man, it's about some hoes or something. What I done did in the past, and I bought somewhat, or, I brought back some medication or whatever it could have been. When he said that, I started cracking up. I said, oh, I ain't got the complexion for the connection. You got the wrong
Mm.
brother. I know I ain't going down. And so, we laughed about it, and I think he got a little ease with it because he could see that I don't know what profile they have. I don't know if they had already gone through my phone or what transpired, but his questions became really like lackadaisical after that. And then they still wanted to check the luggage. The thing is, the luggage that they checked was the wife's luggage, so it didn't have none of my clothes in it. I was like,
So now you
brother,
look like a real
they going through
weirdo.
the
Yeah,
baby stuff, But the reason I knew they wasn't as thorough that time, Eric, I think he did it just because it wasn't even a thorough. He just kind of opened it, and he spent less than 10 seconds going through. And so I guess I didn't fit the profile, but that let me think. When I've seen people get arrested, let's think of what I had. I had a stuffed animal. I had camera equipment. I had my drones. I had kids' toys. If they laid that, if I was in Colombia or DR or wherever, if they laid that out on a table and said, man, he had some diapers with him, he had some kids' toys, he had a stuffed animal, and he had camera record, and he had two phones because I had my work phone and my other phone, and he
yeah,
got two phones. If you lay that out without any explanation, you already sound guilty. And then you plaster my face somewhere, and all someone ever sees is, well, why would he have a stuffed animal? Well, why
Mm.
would he have a kid's toy? Why would a grown man carry some diapers? So they can create a narrative as to wherever they want to go with it. So I think we need to be careful about when we convict guys, and the government can basically create any narrative that they want. Because you all you got is a picture and then their narrative. You don't get a chance to defend yourself. You don't get a chance to speak out. And by the time they take your picture and get the news out, you're trying to catch up with the news they already had. And by that time, you've already plastered, and your reputation has been ruined. Similar to what happened with this guy. By the time he finds out what the issue is, they've given him the right issue. Okay, that's great. You've said that what I actually did, but what you put out to the public was entirely different. And
hmm
that becomes the problem. They created their own narrative.
yeah. Actually, speaking
I
about
mean,
him, he actually just messaged me. He asked how long we're gonna be on. Said he's gonna be at dinner, but with the marathons we've been doing, I think we probably still be around when he's finished with dinner. So we might actually get him on tonight. I told him I'm waiting for him to respond. I told him, hey, whenever you finish dinner, let me know. We'll get you set up. So we might get a chance to actually get him to share his story here. But then
hey, send them a text back and say, hey, listen in to what the guys are saying because you got military guys on here and everything else.
yeah,
And to add to that, in a military perspective, the way our court system works in the military and government, you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent. So when you're charged in the military or government arena, you're already assumed guilty. Now you have to work to prove your innocence. Okay.
yeah,
So you already been tried. If they arrest you, Now you got to prove that you're innocent. It's reversed when it comes to government. Okay. So
Yeah.
that's his mindset too. God damn it. They're already going to look at me crazy at the job, because of the fact that it looks this way.
Yeah, especially look if he would have told if he told some friends or some people in the office he's going to hang out in Colombia, and they even go looking at it all like they know that blurred face don't mean nothing for them. They know exactly who that is right there,
Oh, they got
right?
technology to unblur a face in a heartbeat.
There you go. So okay, so I want to talk about it then. I want to talk about this on two sides. First, we'll say where we're at right now. So my question is this, and Fearless started to kind of step into it is why why be posting that we denied him for sexual tourism and be posting because migration has this on their thing. My caption literally stating basically what they stated. Other local news and stuff on Instagram all picks it up. So he's been put out into the market as a sex tourist, right? And then you get denial papers that say, "Hey, you're a potential security risk." And to give a little bit more context, because he and I talked back and forth for a while, I'll share you guys, and there in some of our voice notes, they did ask to search his stuff, right? And he was just like, "Hey, man, like I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to be with that, man." And he was very cool about it, very calm. So I'm going to imagine that that's probably what ended up how they used that determination, right? They could attach it to that. He didn't let us search him, right? So, but that's not as relevant as for you, Ronan, right? When you hear, hey, it's been made out to everyone, we denied him for sexual tourism, and then the paperwork says something different. Now, how does that resonate with you?
I mean, obviously, there's some motivation for the department to want to ramp up, saying they're capturing. And I'm running their research right now. I'm building a slide deck, and it does have some information on there as far as the driving factors behind the Colombian government and why they would want that perception to seem like they're doing their job due to whatever quota or whatever initiatives they're trying to get across to the people of Colombia. They're actually doing their jobs. And I see a guy in the background. I don't want to say his name, but he's down there. Is that your guy?
Yeah, that's Cliff.
All
So
right.
he's
You
oh
don't have
no no
to.
no no it's a different guy. Cliff, I
Oh,
invited to be on the
oh,
panel tonight. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But yeah, I
Cliff is
can.
another Charlie from this week.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, that's something that is we keep in the back of our heads anyway when we're doing certain things. Is you know and I say cause and effect a lot of times, and the way I move and what I try to mentor men to do is you got to think long term for every action that's going to be a positive or negative reaction in your life and a whole bunch of other things stair step behind every motion that. So when I'm talking to people, when I'm consciously thinking of that, and then the fact that I was in insurance anyway, I'm always the guy that's thinking about how many different things can go wrong in any one situation.
Mhm.
My mind is just like that. So you always have to think like, what is going to be the perception of my presence at any given moment, depending on what my action is.
Yeah, it's you're saying that, and I have a comment pulled up right now with TravelWise. This is why every time somebody gets denied or accused of something, Robert shouldn't be plastering it all over Instagram without knowing the entire story. You're just taking their narrative. TravelWise, you're right. You are right, and so I'll tell you when he sent that to me and I got the context. That video is down, right? But with that too, and look, one thing I'll share is, hey, as much as I have a marketing agency and the stuff that I do for clients. I only just started posting in a new space a few months ago. Man, I'm still kind of learning as I go. And this is even a conversation that I had with Ronan and Fearless the other night, right? Talking about, hey, how I can actually rephrase things. Like I'm actively looking to improve upon what I'm doing because the last thing that I want to be doing is hurting good guys, and that's actually the topic of what we're bringing up tonight. So travel wise, you're right. When stuff comes out, you know what? I need to know a little bit more before I go actually further the reach of that individual, because the last thing I want to be doing is causing any more harm to a guy like this. And I made sure that he knew that too. and that came down, and it's a learning experience for me. So I just keep trying to learn as I go, and I know that not everything that I do is perfect. I know my intentions are good, but your intentions being good don't always mean that what you did right worked out the way that you hoped or wanted it to. So I'm completely aware of that. So I'm just going to keep working on how to get better. So for moving forward, when someone comes out and is gets denied, I learned a valuable lesson, and I'm going to do more before I say more. So with that, Charlie, when we hear about when we get the post that it says it's sexual tourism and the documents say something else, how does that sit with you?
Well, once again, I would agree with what Fearless said, because it seemed like it's a government thing and posturing thing, like they want to make it look like something that it's not. Now, in a lot of cases, they know because you would like to believe a government would know, like when they print a narrative, that's what the people are gonna go with. You know what I mean? So with that being said, like if they print that this guy is a ex tourist and they have no proof of that, they just essentially convicted an innocent man of a crime
Hmm.
that he
Hey,
didn't commit.
and Charlie, and just being a black man, right? Which I am not, but I hear regularly all the time about your experience of being a black man and seeing that happen. How does that make you feel?
What make me feel like that's like a place that I don't want to be, because the person that I am, I don't want to be nowhere where I'm not wanted. So that's my thing. Like, say, it seems like the guys that get plastic the most tend to same that tend to have the same hue as me.
Yeah, yeah. Fearless.
And let me say this real quick, Rob. And I said this the other night on one of the panels. You know, I really think it's now where brothers might have been, stop and frisk in New York, driving while black in California. Now it's literally, and we went over the numbers, and y'all saw a chart that I said there's only 2% of people that hold passports that are black, whether it be male or female. 2% of 4.4 million people. So break that down. Not of us not us of us nationally, but 4.4 passport holders in the United States.
Hmm.
Okay. 2.8 of them are actually of voting age, 18 and older, not little kids. So only out of 2.8 million people that have passports in the United States, we're at 2%.
2%. So what
Okay.
is it? So like 20,
2.8,
22,000, 20,000?
if that.
Yeah.
And here you go. It's magnified. So now it's almost flying while black is an issue. And where you're going in particular is also being looked at. Is that one of the big five? Are they going down there to be legitimately tourists, or are they going down there for ulterior motives? And then even if you look into that, there's a lot of legitimate brothers going down there because they have great relationships, they're married, they're running businesses, they're doing everything properly. There's only a few guys on the internet. So that makes it even worse. The percentages are even worse than that, of people actually publicizing how they're moving in these countries, where it's amplified so much that now we're being, singled out. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. Fearless. What's your take?
I think we're trying to take the Colombian government as its own entity. I want y'all to think about this. How many people in the United States has the government falsely accused of something to go for a narrative? He was a
Oh, plenty.
terrorist.
Yeah, plenty.
We're deporting him because he was a terrorist. He did a hate crime on this, or these group of people were spouting these things because at this time terrorism was bad. So we gotta paint a picture on who's a terrorist. Oh, you spoke out against Israel. Well, we got to deport those people because they're against this. So our own government creates a narrative, and then we find the puppet to arrest. So their narrative, you just got to think, what are they trying to convey? The people traveling there are corrupting their country. Now the country was already corrupt before, whether it was with drug trades. There, you can already see that the Venezuelans who came there were already trying to traffic underage girls. Because every time I've been there and seen someone there, they're Venezuelan and they like 12. They don't want to go after those individuals because that what highlight does that make? A Venezuelan was doing that. The highlight is we caught these Americans. See these Americans, how bad they are? They're corrupting our country. That's a much better narrative. That gets more headlines. That gets more news following. So when you say why did they do it? Why? Because it brings attention to their government to say we're not the bad people. See what we're doing to make our country better. But it's the Americans that keep coming in. You know, because right now it's not just the sex trafficking or the prostitution. They're mad at the gringos because they've moved there. They started to move there. And what happens when we move there? The prices of things go up. The locals can't afford where they used to live. And so you have to have the boogeyman. You have to have the bad guy in any narrative. And right now, the gringos are that villain. We're the bad guy. So why the truth doesn't matter. The truth will come out later. And they don't care about the truth because it's always right now. How many times have you read the newspaper on something you've been involved in and think, that's not what happened? That's that's not even close to what happened. And then on page F1 of the back, they do the retraction.
Mm.
It's the headline that makes the news, never the retraction.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Ronan, I'm gonna pull this up for real quick so you can touch
Yeah,
on it.
it's
Hold
some,
on one.
yeah, it's some data based on what the driving factors would be from the migration department. So you might want to drop that
Yeah.
comment
Yeah.
down real quick.
Yeah. Let me do this real quick and pull this down. Hold on one second. Here we go. All right, go ahead.
So these are some of the realities of what Colombia is being driven to do, securing their nation. Real data, real impact. Why are you getting data if it's not for politics? It was an election year. Think about what's going on in Colombia now and why these things are important as far as perception. Okay, you can hit the slide or hit the play. Oh, I guess there's a play button or something. You
Um,
get to the next slide. You see it?
Hold on. Oh, let me see real quick. This one.
What the? I didn't know it did all that. This EV must.
But you done messed up, Ronan.
I didn't do anything, man. It's playing a slideshow, but it's adding stuff to it. I didn't do all that.
Hey, it said I don't have anything. I couldn't bring any clips, so it's doing it for me. But that's all that it's got right there. So it's showing me the video
It should be
clips.
a whole slideshow. Hold on, let me take this down and try to share it to you individually.
Okay.
Individual slides.
All right. While you do that, I'm going to touch on that comment I had real quick, actually. So, Dpot or P. Dot Allen, my bad. Robert, I want to be honest. You're a lot more humble and approachable in tone on this live than you were with the podcast last night. I know it's a comfort thing, but there is a stark contrast. So for me, it's been like two nights have been blurred into one. So I don't know if you're talking about Mariah's or if we're talking about when I was with Fearless and them. But, yeah, when you're talking about comfort. So look, recently I've been coming on to a lot of streams and I have typically, especially when I came on with Ronan and Fearless, I hadn't really met them, briefly Ronan, but I didn't know much. Right. And I just kind of say yes to things and I don't really ask much questions, but I have been kind of coming in with a defensive posture, right? Because I have been going back and forth with a lot of guys. So I've been taking more of probably a defensive posture. So, but man, I am this is who I am, right? So just some environments when I get around and I might not be as comfortable, like you're saying, and I have had a lot of back and forth going on with guys. I probably have been pretty. I mean, not probably. I have been pretty defensive lately. So that's really what that becomes.
And I'll say this. Oh man, I got to echo a little bit, but we'll get through it.
Hold on one second. I think we're good now. Go ahead.
Just like everybody's coming from their narrative, their point of view, and their background. I'll give you an example. I won't. I don't want to get too far into what we talked about yesterday. When I was accused of saying you're racist, or I'm sorry, when I was accused of being racist toward you, I asked, was I being racist? In your opinion, it was no. But other people's perception, because of their background or how they viewed it, they can see it a different way. To bring this back to where we at, the same thing that happens. Every hammer looks for a nail. So if you see it with a certain eye, no matter what someone tells you, they're guilty because that's what you're looking for. If you see the black dude with wearing a certain way, you know he guilty. If I see a white dude that looks like a nerd and is a simp, and they arrest him, child porn, you know you got him.
Mm.
We put that narrative in there because of our own stereotypes, our own biases, and that's what we have to be careful of, because what someone isn't or what someone says can be misconstrued just because of how I think it felt, even though the person I'm addressing or the person who was there has nothing to do with that.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, that's a good point. I'm Ronan. I'm gonna pull this up for you real quick. Hold on
All
one
right.
second.
And then I'll just go through them real quick. It's not going to take long. Let me know when you're sharing it because I'm in the window itself.
Yeah, I'm sharing it.
All right. So then, like I said, you got a presidential directive that's pushing this agenda. Okay. And then here you go. Now we're getting into some stats. You have an increase in Medellin specifically at 26%, and nationwide is 27%, which I'm sure part of that 26% is part of the nationwide increase if you're looking at the overall numbers, right? Now let's look at who's being centered in on. What nationalities? United States, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico, Cuba, Peru, China, and others, of which United States has 76 people so far as of this directive that's documented by Migration. I went on their website, pulled down their information. Okay, so you can see there's a stark reason why you're being looked at. Beside for other things, me and Fearless, by the way, we did a live a little while back about the DR and why they're cleaning up the DR. And a lot of it came down to cruise ships wanting to start to bring in their families. That's $2 billion industry, right? So you have governments that are drooling over that because that helps their GDP. Having tourists come in, infusing money into those ports that they're going to come into, the restaurateurs and everything else. They're even cleaning up the beach in one of the cities there. Everybody that had a little shack there with a little side business, they're buying them all out or closing them all up so they can reclaim the land and develop it in a professional manner to make money as those cruise ships come in, once that business comes in. So it's about a perception. They don't care that the activity goes on, but they're just going to move that activity somewhere else where it's out of sight, out of mind. And they definitely don't want YouTubers sitting there saying it's still there because that helps their corporate mindset. What happens when a corporation has an investment in a person and it's perceived that person does something illegal or something that's a little shady? It could cause their stock to drop, right? So what do? They
Absolutely.
normally ties with the advertising person or that personality so they can save their stock. This is all the country is doing. They're trying to market themselves as a marketable company or country that you can get investors and big ticket dollars coming into their country, however that is. And with this small, minute 2%, less than 2% of the people that are actually YouTubers putting their business out there, it's so noisy to them because what does everybody do now? They go to social media. So your little bitty presence is so loud to the overall vision of the country, they got to shut you up.
Yeah.
Man, with that.
Well, actually, I mean, you gave us a perfect segue because I want to talk about that. So we're talking about, what migration has to do with this and how migration is showing up. Okay, but not a but um, now we have a guy that we've laid out, right? On for all intents and purposes, right, is a solid guy, right? I mean, hell, you don't get the clearance that he has without being that, right? And now this guy is being denied entry into a country to go enjoy himself, right? And I think he actually, I'd have to go back and verify, but has Airbnbs and stuff in there. Man, he's really solid dude that's paraded around, right? And then, in which nobody's accountable for that at all, the parading around part, and then sent back home. So my question is this, and Rona, you started to bring it up, right? Well, you know, what the YouTubers are doing, and not just even YouTube, because I do most of my stuff over on Instagram. People are all over social media, right? So this is what I want to talk about is I think, for at least for me, Colombia has made it very clear of what they do not want to see anymore, that they're not tolerating, right? We were watching a stream even earlier with another person that's getting caught up in this, right? And people are still doing it anyway, okay? And good guys are getting caught up in this, right? It's happening right in front of us, right? So my question is, right, and I'll keep it on, you know, guys that are making content, including myself, is, do we have a responsibility to, and I'm going to keep it on Colombia as well, right? Because Colombia is the country that's doing this, right? To start to move differently, right? So that everybody is able to travel, you know, and get into these countries and not get jammed up, when that guy has nothing to do with any of the stuff that goes on online here, and he's paying the price for it. So Charlie, I ask you, right, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, being an American black man, can y'all still hear me fine?
It's about, you're a little bit low.
Yeah, it sounded like you stepped away from the mic a little bit.
Well, because in my headphones I got an echo and it's making it hard for me to respond.
You sound good right there.
You're
Whatever
good
you're
right
doing,
there.
right at this moment,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, but I'm hearing the echo.
uh,
So that's why my speech pattern is off, because I'm hearing
yeah,
myself talk back to
Talk
myself.
slower.
yeah.
But I'll try to work through it. Um, my thing is this: is when I go places, I conduct myself a certain way, and I expect to be treated a certain way because I conduct myself like that. I don't care to be judged by how somebody else carry themselves. But unfortunately, we are, like Ronan said, we're painted with a broad brush, and the way that they look at him, the guy that want to go to the fuckery party and get things on camera and do ratchet stuff, is the same way they're gonna look at me. So, with that being said, yeah, I don't think I'm responsible for how they get treated, but at the same time, my content is not that content that's showing naked women. It's not like exploiting women or showing crazy parties. And let's not act like it's only black people that's out there having parties. You got people of all races out there enjoying themselves. Like if you look at the what's that Viceland or Vice, the when they did the documentary on the Passport Bros, they had barely any black people in there.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
those people were partying and having fun too. But for some reason, the people with the darker hue are the one that's taking the brunt of the burden. And I'll land there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is what we see a lot of. I will say Medellin had the Russian guy that was there that had like nonstop parties, and it was just creating a lot of problems, and they deported him, and then he tried to get back in. He tried to fly into Bogota and sneak back in the country, and they kicked him out again. So but you know, the pattern and what we see most of is that. But then and I'll maybe rephrase it some, Ronan, because I know Charlie is not making that kind of content. You're not making that kind of content. um, you know, for a guy that is making for the part of the streaming community, right, that on one hand is like, hey, I want everyone to go and have fun in these countries, right? I want to, you know, I'm trying to help everybody get around, and then the very thing that they're posting is creating heat, right? Do we in the content creating community have if we're going to say that we want everyone to be able to travel and have a good time, do we need to start to move different?
Absolutely, and we've been saying that for several years since this community of the Passport Bros came out. Veterans have been traveling for a long time. You haven't heard jack about expats been living overseas for 20, 30 years. You know, a lot of our brothers have been living in Germany, in Philippines, Thailand. I mean, look at Tiger Woods. He's a product of a military man and a Thai woman. You get what I'm saying? So we've been doing this way longer with less gruff, and maybe it is because of social media and cameras being readily available on your phone. Because back in the day, we kept maybe photo albums at the most of our travels, and we only advised people that we knew personally how to move around these countries. Now, with the advent of social media and people wanting to make it rich and make it big, but you got positive people out there like Passport Heavy, you got Ace Live, you got a lot of people out there that are
Facts.
doing positive content, Lord. So you even got brothers out there that are doing it right, but you still got this small group of knuckleheads, which they call pookies, that want to show the extreme of everything from the ghetto to the clubs, throwing dollars and doing all the other stuff that's not necessary.
Got them lit yet?
Yeah, yeah. It's
You
not.
know what? If I can add some real quick, um, just to elaborate a little bit more on what I was saying. Um, Rob, if you went out there and you did something messed up, you would be a lone traveler. They wouldn't link it to nobody else. You would just be the weirdo, so to speak. But if Ronan, myself, or Fearless went out there and they got jammed up doing some weirdo behavior, we will all get painted with that broad brush. And I think that's important to highlight because none of us are on that. You can tell by the content that we make, we're not on that. But
Yeah.
for some reason, we still get put in that category.
Hmm. And do you think that? Oh, I'm getting an echo now. Hold on one second. Mic check. All right, good. Do you think that any of that has to do with? I mean, they're just grouping everyone, and especially if you're making content, right? And they're seeing all the parties and the party content, the yacht content, all the sexualizing of women. That they're just lumping everybody into one, or is there some more that's behind that?
Well, what I will say, I've never seen any pictures or videos on yachts where women are wearing church clothes.
Mhm.
Yachts is where people wear shorts, bikinis, and they listen to music. So
Mhm.
are they supposed to dress like they finna go to Sunday service because they're gonna look at us a certain way? We supposed to be swimming with suits on now or something, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I think they're taking the yachts as just the parties at this point, and they're kind of the same. But I get what you're saying. Obviously, there's going to be women that looking half naked for sure. But then I think when they see it all being a boat full of Latina women, that they go right for the pay for play. Right there's just labels that are keep being attached. That I don't see us getting away from unless I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, you have brothers, and he just showed up. And shout out to T Mac. My brother is also a military. Again, another military guy. He has a whole charity that he set up in Colombia that do work with orphanages, right along with Will or Chill Will or Will Gooseby. And you got Love Crossing. You got so many positive brothers down there doing damn good work. To
Mhm.
have a couple few people go down there and cause chaos to everybody else has been there. It's like even with the veterans, we're like, yo, all the work we did to do no harm, to make ourselves and the perception of not only Americans but Black Americans more approachable to them in their own eyes, because all they have to look at about us is what the movies put out and everything else that's in the negative contents. When they first run into us, they have a whole different perception of what a black person is until we open our mouths and we have some fucking common sense. To these guys, these very few people that are putting it out there to a point where it looks like we're all back to whatever the movie and the stereotypes of black people are again. So then we're back to instead of driving while black in America, now you're flying while black. The perception of us has been torn down after almost 40, 50 years of brothers traveling with no fucking problem. Within a matter of 2019, 2018 to now, look how fucked up it is.
Rona, we did a show on that, and it was called
Yeah.
it was the perfect storm. So I'm gonna give you guys a little background. Prior to these times, people that were traveling for even sex or something like that were men who worked and they were going on golf trips. That's how they got to get away. And then you only had Delta, American Airlines. So a trip to those other countries were a little expensive. There was no Airbnbs. You had to stay at a hotel. You had to get the taxi. You had to do all of those things, which created an expense on your trip. So there wasn't this discount airlines. You
Hmm.
had a discreet people who were usually married men or businessmen, because those are the people who could afford it, going to these places, and they didn't want to record. Why? Because they didn't want to be known for what they were doing. This was their getaway. This was their secret. This was their escape. And then came the discount airlines. With the discount airlines, then we had COVID hit. People in their house doing nothing. And that became the boom. Guys start traveling who never really traveled because they got their PPL loan and they got, their refund from the government, and they was on unemployment, wasn't allowed to go in, and they go somewhere. And all of a sudden, a guy who couldn't afford it before can get the Airbnb, can get the Uber, can get on Google Translate, which now that you don't even have to speak the language, you can get on your Google Translate. You can get on. They was taking flights for $60, under $100 to get to these places. Now they never had that experience. They don't want to be discreet, and anytime somebody doesn't have something, they got to show the world what they have. And then they just started going in chaos. Look what you got here. So it was almost like a good and bad, meaning it brought a lot of attention that they didn't have, to these places. But then it started to get into bad attention, where it was overexposed. And I think me and Rona had talked about this before. Does one person or do one group of people reflect on everyone? We have a gentleman who's probably on live now, Black Man Travels. His thing was, no, don't nobody affect me. I'm my own person. I do that. And I said that's not true,
Yeah.
because I don't care if it's in the United States, anywhere here, we make comedic jokes out of it. And I think Saturday Night Live has made some jokes like when they do a story and they be like, yeah, the store was robbed and this happened, and they be like, and they was white, and brothers be like, oh man, whoo, we glad that happened, because we're so accustomed to it being us, because one of us reflects on all of us. Doesn't have to be fair, but that's what happens. And that's why in the space we've tried to say, guys, I know that you keep saying you're not those people, but people from the outside, they don't know that. I remember I used to go to these countries and they just thought everybody was like Michael Jackson. They thought, and just think, I went to Thailand, I've been 37 countries, places where they might not have a lot of black people, but they use the N word because they think that's just what we do. I hear it in songs, I hear it in your music, I see it in TV. What's up, my N word? I go to when in Cartagena, I had, you know how many rap songs I had sung to me saying I'm the N word, I'm this, and I don't even, and they're not even speaking English. They just don't know better because
But when
that's
they get to that N word, you kind of twist your head like, motherfucker, God damn it, I wish they wouldn't use that word. But they don't know any better.
They don't know any better. You right.
Yeah. See, and when we're talking about not knowing better, so a couple of things. Look, most of the laws that are in place are in place because of a few, right? Like most people don't go breaking any of those laws if they were in place or they weren't in place. Like they just don't do that, right? But the behavior itself is not good, and some do, and there's laws in place for it. I mean, it's just that simple. And look, we've heard throughout our whole life, hey, you know what? Yes, we had to put this rule into place because of a few, right? And it's just that simple, right? So and it's not changing. So like, and then right now, those few seem to not be stopping, right? So it's been said, it's been talked about. You guys been saying, doing this long before I showed up and been saying it. So then my question is this right now, right?
Rob, it's not. I want to take this out of the realm of it just being us, black men or men.
What?
I've seen videos of women going to Jamaica and trying to cuss out the Jamaican people, the people who work in the resorts.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
We present this stereotype, and that's why I've been so prominent to say, man, maybe your language, because maybe we can talk differently, because we're
yeah,
just perpetuating what people are seeing.
yeah.
And they're like, see, those black American women, those black men, black American men, uh, we feed into that stereotype.
Yeah. And look, as much as like we could talk about like skin color and whatnot. Here's the thing. When I would be over in Europe, man, I would see Americans acting like assholes at times, man. And it's the culture, right? Like entitled, arrogance, ego, man. It would make me really uncomfortable to be around Americans a lot of time in other places 'cause I didn't know which one was going to start acting goofy and then it was going to be I was like by them, right? And so I would try to stay away. So I've seen it black, white, and in between. So a lot of it comes from the United States itself, right? And then we have subcultures from within the United States, but the U.S. as a whole, from what I have seen, when we go and we travel into other places, we got the chest high. I'm from the United States kind of attitude, like, hey, and I'm here now, and what, right? And look, here's a perfect example of that when we say, hey, like what do you think that they should do in Colombia if they, when it comes to the escorting, the partying, if they want to, man, they should change their laws. For you, for us, we because we showed up and they got to change their laws now because what? Why? Right? Like they were getting along just fine. We insert ourselves. They tell us, hey, we don't want you to do this here. And it's like, nah, I'm just gonna keep doing it until you change the law. You gotta if you change the law, I'll stop. But you telling me that you don't want me to do it, that ain't gonna slow me down. Ronnie, you're muted. Ronnie, you're muted.
I had to agree to something. Something came up. It was an agreement before I could unmute.
Oh,
Easy much for me find some agreement. But yeah, I want to hear from Cliff. Cliff, new to the
yeah,
panel,
yeah. Let
and
me introduce Cliff real quick. So I just met Cliff. So Cliff is muted too. I'll bring you on. So Cliff and I just met the other day. Actually, you know what, Cliff? I'll let you tell them how we met. Come on, you're on now, Cliff. You were muted.
Yeah, I was real vocal. How y'all doing? First of all, I'm Cliff from Atlanta. I'm fairly new to the travel space. I might I used to follow Robert, and then when the whole migration and the getting stopped at the board, I just felt I may have been mistaken, but I called him all kind of shit, a racist and all. I just felt defensive about what was going on. So Robert was way more mature than me in in the situation, and we end up talking. And as we start talking, I know when somebody telling me the truth, I was like, nah, you ain't know that. And then it carried on from there.
Yeah, yeah. So then, Cliff, what we're talking about right now, and thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate you being willing to have a conversation. Cliff popped up in the DMs wanting to smash me, and next thing you know, we were talking about AI like two
I just
minutes
was gonna
later.
sign up for the fight, bro. I just signed up for the fight. You know what I'm saying? He said it was a fight. And I thought he was a racist, so I wanted to punch on the racist. It wasn't nothing else.
He didn't want the belt. He didn't want any passport bros. He didn't want any non-passport bros. He's like, I just want to smash you. So, all right, but like, and here we are. So here's the thing: what we're talking about right now. Hey, good guys are getting caught up, and let's talk about me posting about migration and whatnot. Good guys are getting caught up. It's a problem, and the content that's being made, right, is contributing to that problem, right? They say we don't want to see this, right? Some things are meant to be done in the dark, right? You're bringing it out into the light, and then you're monetizing it, right? And that's, we definitely don't like that, right? And good guys are getting caught in, right? And I shared with these before. I showed you the guy, military guy, traveling, working in the for the government, and this dude's getting denied at the border, right? So what do you think? Right. What would be your message, right? Because the guys that are making content are saying, hey, we want everyone to be able to travel. We're trying to have a good time. We're showing have a good time. But that content is getting people denied entry into Colombia. So what would your message be to those guys?
You asking me?
Asking you.
You ain't fin them. I already told you, you can try to tell them anything you want. They don't have nothing else to give. Like a lot of these dudes, I know them. They not. You could try to give them another route, but they don't have no value to give. Y'all brothers have something to teach, something to give. Man, they got a camera. They got meta glasses. That's it. I done talked to them. I done been out with them. They don't got nothing to offer. So that's not gonna change. And then the example that I gave you of if you got a whole stroll, the whole stroll is going to attract creeps. It's going to attract a serial killer. It's going to attract all kind of nefarious motherfuckers. It must happen. It's nowhere around it. Okay. The side of town I'm on right now is very nice. It's very rare that I'm gonna see a sexual predator or something lurking in this area. But if I go to the south side where it's prostitutes walking the street, that's gonna draw a certain type of energy. It's not gonna draw a whole bunch of educated brothers. It's not gonna draw. It's gonna draw some freaky motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And then furthermore, you gotta understand when you really look at these guys and be honest with yourself and say, man, let me take this dude back to Atlanta, New York, Miami. What man? He's living in depression. He's not having the life he's having in Colombia. You know what I'm saying? Not to make no excuses for him, but it ain't going. It's like it ain't gonna change. And when they leave, you have to live here. The military brother, has business over there. These dudes in their 20s don't give a damn. They off to Thailand, DR, or whatever next. They like, oh well, y'all suffering. So you could talk to your face turn blue. That ain't gonna. I'm just saying because I done did it. I done been out with them in the park and been like, bro, we looking like some clowns the way y'all moving, bro. We gotta sharpen up. I've showed them examples. I say, man, look at how these men over here moving. Look at how they're respected. Y'all wondering why you running in the truck? I done gave them. I'm the whole OG of their group, and I done gave these folk perspective. And a lot of the times, more times than not, it's gonna go on one ear.
Ah, we lost him. But hey, we got to go in. So look,
Damn.
He was
let me.
rocking for a minute.
He
He
was
Yeah,
was.
cooking too. Did they kick
yeah.
him off because he was cooking, Rob?
No, man. He'll be back. So then here's
He,
the thing.
But hold up, that was. I know he's saying that, but that was my issue, and I know it didn't get conveyed before when we talked on the other channel. We always go to the bad parts, no matter what it is. We always gravitating toward those areas. Whenever we go to other countries, if we go to Thailand, it's soy six. If we go to DR, it's Susu. If we go
right.
to Medellin, it's Parque Arrest. Guys don't. I know guys that have never been out. They gone from the airport to Sosua. The furthest they gone out of there is Casa Linda and to Sosua Beach. They've never seen anything else outside of Dominican Republic. Nothing. And they know their whole image and the whole country is based on 5 blocks. That's it. And I'm just saying that that can't be the type of culture we have. And I try to call them out. And it's like, well, don't you can't control another man. You
And they
can't.
gonna react negative.
Correct.
Exactly.
And
Like,
that's the
come on,
reaction I
let's
got.
let's just keep it a buck. If
I'm
you
just
in
telling the
America
truth.
and you out there trying to get these little YNs to do right, what you gonna do? Run in front of them while they got the chop in the hand? No, young blood, you don't want to do this. Don't you know that's gonna make you a victim, man?
I don't know though. I don't know because I talked to the YNs in my neighborhood in Atlanta. The problem to me, what I see, it don't just be the YNs. You know what I'm saying? These youngsters
That's
will
a fact.
tell me, but we ain't got no OGs, man. OG, don't nobody, ain't nobody showing us nothing. They be looking for somebody to show them what they got them. It don't always be it don't
Well,
always be the YNs. It be
well,
who they following.
what's your name again, big dog?
I'm Cliff, but they call me Silk.
What you prefer to be called?
I'm gonna
Either
call
one,
him
it don't
Cliff.
matter. You call me Cliff.
Look,
I'm gonna
now
call him Cliff.
what I would probably put, Atlanta is a unique place. You know
No
what I mean?
question.
Because you got the water boys out there. You seeing like say a rich rapper is not uncommon there. You know what I mean? Like it's not
True.
uncommon to see
But look how they
Ti
did the
out
water
there and
boys.
things of that nature. So when they talk about the big dogs, I'm assuming that's who they talking about. You
Right.
know what I mean? But out here in Minnesota, where we close to Chicago, they on video talking about how they slime their cousin out. they'll slime their best friend out. Chicago is home of the back. Well, you from the culture, so you know what
Man,
backdoor
y'all
is.
y'all all down here, bro. It's the same down here.
You
This might
you see
well
what
be the
I'm
second
saying?
Chicago. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
problem is, and I was trying to find a video on it, and the guy said he can tell when a kid grows up without his father. Because when
Mm,
you say something to him, he gets emotional and he gets all into it. When a guy grows up with his father, his father has already said things to him. And he don't take it. He just says, okay. It's an
I gotta
entire
disagree though.
when you have a
I ain't
man in
grow
your
up with
home.
mine, but I
What's
had
that?
a different path in life. It depends on what a man have been through. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? I just so happened at a young age to go through that system. So I ain't have a choice but to adapt to certain things. It's a
Right.
lot of sharp young men out here. And it's a lot of men my age, I'm 44 and older, who act younger than the youngsters in Medellin that I saw with my own eyes. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Grown old men acting like perverts, acting like drunks. The alcohol too now. The alcohol plays a major role in all. Cause remember them big fights in the park and shit before they was before they was not letting people in. It started with the fighting.
mm,
The fighting what really got everybody attention. You know what I'm saying? When all them fights was jumping off, but they ain't but nothing but a bunch of drunk folk don't know how to handle their liquor.
mm,
And I sat back
Oh,
and I watched every time you come out, every time we get together, we ain't gotta get drunk. Every time
yeah.
we get together, we ain't gotta just get sloppy drunk. Every time
Like,
I go to the park, we ain't even gotta mingle with you. It's not mandatory, but you can't tell them that because of the example that's set in front of them. They ain't it wasn't no when I was in Medellin for 3 months. I never met no guys like you. I didn't see no guys that had the composure that y'all had. I seen a bunch of wild fools chasing. That was the energy. You know,
right.
that's what it attracted. And because it seems so, and it is easy, it's too extremely easy for, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. When it comes to it's too extremely easy. So when you make it that easy for somebody too, you can't expect them to act but a certain kind of way.
mm,
It's like damn near human nature at that point.
But
You put
again,
a
some
savage around a bunch of you put a fox around a bunch of hens. You put this savage, you know what I'm saying? Like you say, he got a couple dollars. Now he can take the flight, you know what I'm saying, and get places that he never could go.
yeah.
Or with social media, he get to learn about places he never knew existed.
That's a
let me
brother
say
who
this.
lives
Hold on. Let me say this real
without an
quick.
abundance mindset. That he
Let me say
never
this real
had
quick.
that. Let me
Let me
say
say
this real
this real
quick.
quick.
The first time I ever had a Mercedes, oh, I cleaned that motherfucker up. It was sharp.
Mm-hmm.
I stop at every red light. I'm putting it on the wheel. You can't eat in my car. Take your shoes off in my car. By the time I got to the third, man, it's trash. I throw whatever in it because I
Mm-hmm.
had already became accustomed to that. The problem is these guys are not accustomed to any type of beautiful woman, any type of woman. It's you. I talked to I'm listening to my wife is here. She's on the board of directors for this thing, and this guy was saying he was at a dance and he said, "Man, my wife, I was somewhere and she said, 'Hi, Poppy.' That was 40 years ago. That was it. I
Mm,
fell in love." That's because a lot of men never experience that. When you don't experience anything like that, you don't know how to control yourself. It's your first thing. You don't live in an abundance mindset. You live in scarcity. And what happens is they spend 9 months and save up to go down there for 1 month or 1 week. And them other
Facts.
months they doing something stupid. Because
yeah.
that one time
Living
they
in
get to
obscurity.
live like they think they somebody.
Now, let me say
yes.
this real quick. There's an old school brother in here, the Black Man's Options. I don't know if you guys are aware of them, but the Black Man's Options is a spinoff of what Charles Tyler started down in Brazil. And they've been around for a long time. And they have been talking this up for a while now out of Brazil, but they stay exclusively down there. The brothers in the chat, I would love to have him come up and speak to the Brazil experience. And so we're talking about all of these factors that are going on while you're traveling and being black. I'd like to be able to send him an invite so we can get his perspective on what's going on in Brazil as well, and how they're trying to work with the community there, with the brothers that are down there successful. They have charities. They have the Charles Tyler charity. They do things with the young kids, boxing, capoeira, whatever. So I'd like to get him to come up. And but the other thing we're talking about, even with Cliff, you know, a lot of us have been speaking out, Gen X, OGs, whatever you want to call us. Okay. The first thing, because of the way they were brought up, you ain't my daddy. Who are you to tell me what to do and how to move? This is the response we get. We're old school haters. You know, you OGs are just haters. Y'all just hating how we getting it. No, we trying to tell you a better way to move. The point is work smart, not hard. Why are you reinventing a wheel that has been invented already? All you have to do is fall in line with the fucking program. But you guys are fucking hard headed. And that's the fucking problem. You're not emotionally intelligent enough to fucking listen to somebody with some wisdom and follow along with what's already been fucking established. Y'all got to go your own way and charge up. Man, that's stupid as hell and a waste of fucking energy. And now you see what it's doing. You know, I talked to Jay Rillo. Oh, there's no official way to move. And, you know, we even have our brother Canal. No, man, none of that shit's going to affect us. Oh, really? That was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Now you can see all the different changes from immigration to immigration, from fucking country to country of the big five that y'all go to. Everything fucking changed.
Mm.
Passport visas, how to get approved, FBI background check, making sure you got fucking money in your bank account. Everything has changed.
We got to add some context to that though,
Go ahead.
and and
That's it.
reason why,
Can we send that
because
out? Can we
white
send
kids
that
have
out?
been backpacking through Europe for years. They people got money and they'll beg their way through the country. That's a lot of the time why that law changed. You gotta prove that you could have. I have no problem with that. Cause if you ain't got no money, you should stay your ass at home. I tell people that.
Facts.
If I ain't got
Facts.
no money, guess where? Guess where you gonna see me? Nowhere, cause I'm gonna be in my house minding my damn business. It's people with too much to do and not no money that's out here causing the problem. So it's not just that. But here's the thing, and this is just the thing, and then I get it. A lot of stuff is changing, but it seems like Colombia is the center of a lot of stuff that's going on because we don't have as much problems in the DR as Colombia has.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
are y'all addressing these comments? And then the
We
lady
are.
asked me if I had a YouTube. I literally just started it. There ain't much content out there.
Yeah. Shout out to Misha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shout
Misha,
out to
yeah.
Vibing with Misha in the building, pulling up, showing
Yeah.
love as
Yeah, but it's
always.
Clifford
Rob,
Shannon.
Rob,
Hey,
I'd like to drop the link for the black man's option, if that's okay with you to join.
man,
I would
you
like to address the comment, man, because it feels like he said this since I jumped on. He's very voiceful, travel unfiltered. You know what I'm
Rob
saying?
Unfiltered is one of our guys.
Uh,
That's no,
and
he's
I'm
actually
definitely, and the first thing I said when I jumped on here, I'm fairly new to the travel space.
right.
I'm the youngster. I'm the new guy. So I don't see, I know I'm not the one who acting like an expert. You know
I
what I'm
don't think he
saying?
addressing you.
He's
He's one
talking
of our
to
crew, so
everybody else
he's
as well.
probably
He's one of
addressing the same thing he's been saying in our space
yeah. He's
since
saying he's saying
for
I've been
five
saying
years.
yeah,
He's been
he's saying
saying the
I've been
same for
saying
five
this.
years.
Yeah.
It's not you. Yeah, it's not you.
Hey,
Yeah, but then on the I want to say this too. Now on the flip side, now we done talked all about the creators and all that on the flip side, but on the other side, it's a lot of judgment too that got to be discussed as well. You
I
know what I'm
agree
saying? At the end
wholeheartedly.
of the day, these still our little brothers or these still our youngsters. It's up to us to figure it out. This is shit I had to do in the penitentiary, so I know we can do it in the free world. You know what
mm,
I'm saying? I had to stop wars in the street in my neighborhood, so I know it can happen here. But some people are a lost cause. You have
mm,
to recognize that some people you're wasting your breath. This dude finna crash either way it go. It don't matter what. You know what I'm saying? You have to know that when you're talking to some. Oh, this fool lost. You know what I'm
look,
saying? But it's a lot of dudes who just don't have no guidance, or they get talked to so roughly. Somebody's like to me, I'm gonna take these comments as you really coming off kind of crazy because you bark. It's like a bark. You can't bark at niggas. It don't. You're not gonna get. You get more with sugar than shit. You know
so
what I'm
look,
saying? And I see a lot of that in this since I started watching all y'all. I see a lot of the shit be going back. That ain't gonna get nobody nowhere. You know, I
and
promise you, it ain't gonna do nothing but compile, you know what I'm saying, compile more and more drama, more and more conflict, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't gonna get nobody. And then at the end of the day, another thing. Now, Robert, you stay in Colombia,
Mhm.
but okay, my view was this. I'm over here in the US. I want to go back to Colombia, but if all this shit going on, fuck Colombia.
That's a
Fuck all
fact.
these places. I'll go somewhere else too.
It's
Mhm.
too many places to go,
Yeah.
brother.
It's too many places for me to dwell on. Oh, migration. Or y'all really? I mean, it is a good point. These folk with these cameras going too far. That's true. But on the flip side, they on some bullshit.
But here's the
And they
thing.
targeting it ain't warranted because it's bigger shit going on that's getting attention. That's
And
gonna do it's bigger shit, real big shit that's going on. That's
and
being swept under the rug too now.
okay, and look, that guys, that stuff is true. But here's the deal. This is where I'm at with it. Okay, we can't change the countries. And when you try to insert yourself into that
Yeah, he
conversation,
said ninja
yeah,
ain't okay, cool
yeah.
then.
Okay, so look, we ain't changing them. The only ones that we could change is us. But here's the other part of that, and that's why I wanted to bring everyone together tonight. Look, we I think can all agree that
Nah, that's
as
lame, bro. That ain't it.
what's that?
I'm just reading y'all comments.
Oh,
I'm about to
look,
mute up.
yeah. So we can all agree that we're not the behaviors and with the content that's being made is harming people. It should stop, but we're not going to stop them, right? It's not going to happen. You guys been trying for years. We're talking about it now. Guys still doing it. Hey,
Yeah, can you put up that super chat? I think that will resolve what that he might
yeah.
resolve that in one nutshell. That's from Drew.
Here we go. I've known Fearless and Ronan for 4 years now in this space. My message to the panel is you're beating a dead horse trying to say, there we go. Next topic. Actually, that is the perfect segue. And that was the point of getting everyone together tonight. So we have to look at our options, right? Like if something doesn't happen, more and more people are just not going to get in because those guys aren't going to stop. Right now, we are all categorized as one, right? If we can't get them to stop, we have to find a way to where for how I look at it, when we go into the countries, that the locals do not see us all as one. There has to become a new narrative. There has to become something else that people can point to, and that's why I'm trying to get guys together to say, hey, let's start to pave that way, right? And look, we've talked about it before. Hey, the controversy sells online. The negative stuff gets farther faster. All that stuff may be true, right? But like I told you last night, Charlie, when we were talking, right? Hey, it doesn't get the negativity doesn't get farther than positivity. It just
Oh, I
moves
know.
faster, right? It
Look,
moves
Rob,
faster.
I had a channel and Rona, no, this was man, maybe last year, wasn't it, Rona? Right before that? I mean, my channel went to 10,000 subs in 4 months. I was booming. And I just said, you know what? This ain't the content I want.
What
I
kind of
knew
content was this, Fearless?
Oh,
it
it
was
was
that BS content. It was
Okay.
the BS stuff. You know, I was in Santana barbershop, shaking on
Oh,
them. I
not
was all at the beat. I
Santana.
was
Come
doing it
on,
all.
Fearless, not you.
Yeah, I was doing it. But
Hey, wait,
here's what I
wait. His
found out.
wife was filming. Wait though, his wife was filming it. So while y'all thinking, oh, he by himself getting it on, no, his wife is filming it.
But
So
I
Mm.
found out two things. One, if I wanted to make real money, I couldn't do it because I wasn't gonna get sponsored. I wasn't gonna get someone to sponsor me. Two, it was gonna be the legacy. And though you get all of those little views, it ain't really making no money because YouTube ain't paying you like that. I know we talked. I know I talked about one dude who got 200,000 subs, and when he go live, he get like 3 people
Mm.
because they only looking for one specific thing. And if you're not feeding that beast, you're not getting anything. So it's a temporary thing. And to Drew's point, I'm almost with him. I'm at the point where I say, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I can't talk to these young people no more. I can't even have a conversation outside. When I tell someone what we doing may be wrong,
Yeah.
they argue. They're argumentative. They go
but
off.
go ahead and tell him
But I
we
got
have
some
been
That's
pushback
no,
true,
though,
bro.
Fearless.
wait before you push back. Me and Fearless, obviously we do the hit and run, and then we have Lions Den, both podcasts. We look at the bubble we're in and we're saying, how the fuck do we break out of this goddamn bubble? because I don't want to continue to beat that same fucking horse. That horse is dead.
Mhm.
And like you said, if people want to listen, they're going to listen. If not, I'm not catering towards that group anymore.
Okay.
But
I'm
Ronan,
trying to get syndicated. I'm trying to,
Yes.
like I said, mentorship. You get what I'm saying? I'm not sitting here trying to talk to a whole bunch of hardheads that don't want to fucking listen. I'm done
Yeah.
with that shit.
so
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back a little bit, and this is just not to beat a dead horse from yesterday, but when I said to a lady, it's not your looks, it's what's coming out of your mouth that makes us look bad.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't the first time. If you go back to our channel, I won't even say the name, but Ronan, you know when we had the other female in our group that
Yeah.
she went on a cuss out everybody, people she never even met. She was cussing them out. I mean, it's a show that it was crazy,
Yeah, it was legendary. That episode
and it
was
was the
legendary.
same thing. Like, why are we betraying ourselves like this?
Mhm.
Why, So you try to give advice and you try to say, yeah, that doesn't really look the way we should look. You as a lady that doesn't look good cussing. You as a dude, maybe pull up your pants a little
Real
bit.
Capo
Maybe
wants to
talk.
pull up. You got the black man's options that wants to pull up.
Hey,
Rob, can we drop the link for him?
for
So
black men's
how
options.
do you talk to these? How do you talk to anyone who's not listening? That's why I said you almost have to be where when they're ready, they'll come.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so that's
Well,
what we're
this
gonna
this
do.
is where I
We're
want
not.
to push back,
Go ahead, Charlie. But
because for one, it's not one size fit all. For two, respectfully to Rob, there's certain things that I'm not willing to discuss like out in the open because being from the South, you don't speak certain ways in front of mixed company. That's just the way I was taught.
You pull
That's
them
just
to the
being taught
side.
certain things that I won't do. But with that being said, when them young guys up here, when those Minnesota riots was going on, and you had those the older black people that's older than me cussing them out, doing this, that, and the third. Listen, if you're not going to give them a better solution, get the fuck out the way because all you're doing is just making it worse. We had our shot. We didn't change it. Maybe they need something radical to change it. So if we can't come with some solutions to give them, what judging them and putting them down gonna do?
I brought solutions. Let me. I got my man here. He on the side. I'm sorry. You
And that
listen to the
wasn't
conversation
towards
I
you,
had
fearless.
earlier.
I'm just speaking in
No,
general.
no, no. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give this to you. Every Saturday, I mentor, or every other Saturday, I mentor at a school called with Top Achievers. We bring in from the high school tutoring, college professors, so you can get college credits while in high school. You can further your education. You got the smart people in there. If 100 people show up, you know how many are black or Hispanic? Five.
Less than five.
The rest are Indians and Asians. They taking advantage of it. They in there. The program is free. We feed them breakfast or whatever is sponsored, Chick-fil-A or something like that. So you get food. All they do is come there to gossip and come there to get on their phones. When you can save your money now, get your college credits, and you already saved going in, and nothing happens. So you say we bring it to them, brother. Let me ask you this: how many libraries are next to basketball courts? And then ask yourself how many basketball courts are full compared to how many people in the library. The library is free. You
Okay,
got
I'm
you got
glad you
a
phrased
library
it
card
that
to get
way.
in there.
Do you think coming from the hood, especially like having that hue, they can see the library as the way out more than they can see that basketball court as the way out? Because they know
Charles
more
Barkley
people that's
said he would go to the schools, and when he would ask white schools, "What do you want to be?" Very few of them said, "I want to be a professional basketball player." They said, "I want to be doctors, lawyers, engineers," because they know they've been groomed from the time they was young. This is their way out. They go
who's
and
grooming the black children
but
though.
here's the thing: you have a better percentage chance to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. When he went
Yes,
to the black
I know that.
schools,
You know that.
when you go to the black school, you say you want to be. I want to be the next LeBron. I want to be this. Your chances are minuscule. So why are you feeding into what is minuscule compared to what you can really be? We feed
Because that's
into
what
that.
they could reach out and touch. They got a friend, they got a cousin that's in the NBA. They don't got a friend that got a cousin that's a doctor. We're talking about people that has them been to more court dates and funerals than they've been to weddings and graduations.
Brother, I'm gonna stop you, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm sorry to say this, and I hate to bring this up, and I'm only using this as an example, Rob. Please, And I'm only bringing up a person to just show the how things operate. When someone was asked, "Would you rather be a teacher or a stripper?" They'd rather be a stripper. So you're telling me you have the opportunity. That means you have the knowledge. If you're going to be a teacher, that means you have knowledge. You've been educated. And your path isn't to go to that educated spot. Your path isn't to be a pillar of the community and teach your kids and teach other
Okay.
kids and be a part of that. You would rather be the stripper. So how can you tell me we don't have it? We have it in our community.
Fearless,
We just
in that case,
choose
I
to
would
do
say
something else.
it's either you're pushing the narrative and respectfully, or respectfully, you're being disingenuous. We're talking about you talking about somebody that's trying to build a future or somebody that's trying to survive. Because if you ask me, do you want to grow a garden or do you want church's chicken today? I'm gonna eat church's chicken today. You know why? Because I'm hungry, man. That's all I'm saying. I'm
So
hungry.
And
These
and
that's why
and the
investing
problem
is
with the
not
black
good. That's
community
why
is
our
we only think
community
of
don't
today.
invest like that because we don't plan for the future because we're too
I agree
busy
with
trying
that.
to. And I'm
I
not
agree.
providing excuses. I'm not. But I'm just saying it's not a one size fit all. In the way that you said, it's not the way that everybody said. Did you grow? You might have grew up in a household with your mother and your father. A lot of people didn't. A lot of people seen their mother struggle, work two and three jobs, and still didn't get the shoes. They still had to shop at Payless. You old enough to remember Payless?
But
You
when
got
we gonna
punked at
stop?
school for wearing
When we gonna
Payless.
stop being in the victim Olympics, man? At what point do we say? At what age do you say I did that when I was this age, and now I got to do something when I'm another age? When do we run in these victim Olympics? We
But
always
now
be
you
the
got to
victim.
choose because I'm talking about the youngins that hasn't experienced life. Yes, us as older, yeah, we see that. We know it's a better chance of you getting into stem cell research and getting to be a doctor, being a successful lawyer. You got a better chance at that and more longevity, by the way, than being in the NBA. We know that. Wouldn't you say? And it's not like victim Olympics. Fact, when people start stating facts of, okay, my hand hurt, because I'm telling you, my hand hurt. When you say, well, your hand's swollen, why don't you do something about it? Well, somebody just hit me in the hand with a hammer. Oh, you on the victim Olympics? No, the reason why my hand hurt is because there's a cause and effect. So yeah,
Brother,
I'm
look,
not saying that no, just a victim Olympics. I'm just saying that it's not all black and white, sir. That's all I'm saying.
I can spend 10 hours a day on TikTok making TikTok videos and watching it, or I can spend 10 hours a day on TikTok learning how TikTok works. You have a choice.
I agree. I agree. And even with that being said, remember the black billionaire Robert Smith that played the whole graduating class of what's that Spelman?
One of the black HBCUs.
Right.
Yeah.
They say
Mhm.
the man was he had invitation to everybody that he had paid that what's name in to come once a week online to now this is what they say. I obviously didn't graduate from there and all of that stuff, so I don't know. But they said, do you remember like say he would run like a webinar for the people that and teach them business, tell them what he did, his formulas and stuff like that. Do you know they said less than 10% of people showed up?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Because when
let
you
me let
give
me go
them
back to my
something, they don't
channel.
appreciate it.
Let me go back to my channel because I did this and I told Ronan and Black Man Travels. I said, man, I'm gonna do an experiment. I did a walk through Sasua. It was a garbage. It was a 45-second garbage video. It was garbage. It wasn't even showing anything. It was a stupid video. And then I
Nothing
did one
niche.
where I did a whole lot of planning and put around. That garbage one got 500,000 views. The one I put into, nothing. And me and Ronan talk about this all the time. We say, man, we used to have a Thursday night therapy when we would bring intelligent people together. You get nothing.
mm,
No.
You
A
bring,
doctor, actual therapist came on the show, and it was a female therapist.
And
Who
guess what? If y'all
barely
was
did any
hosting
type
bum
of
fights, that you would have been able to pack the
absolutely.
room.
hey, well, here's the thing. I think tonight we have intelligent people here right now, right? And, and
correct.
and we got people here with us right now, so we have opportunity. So here's the thing that I'm looking at. Look, back to what we were saying. Like I'm past trying to get anyone to behave differently. The only person that's behavior that I can actually control is my own, right? So here's the thing: we have to find a way to garner better attention than we are right now. That just is the reality of the situation.
I
And
agree.
and the only person I can control is me. And part of that, that behavior is actually having you guys here tonight so we can start to talk. And look, the first thing that I want to bring up is, here's the deal. When it comes to the positive content, like you were saying, Fearless, absolutely. Look, you know what? I started making my content and I was like, you know what? I don't really like having people up in my DMs cussing me out, wanting to kill me and shit every day, like, and I kind of like other stuff anyway. I'm gonna go do like some ratings on some restaurants in Medellin. Shit didn't get no views. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
No,
so,
I'm with you. So what
so
we tried to do, and maybe we can do this. What me and Ronan tried to do. Sometimes people come to the show and don't understand it. We may agree on something, but
mm,
we're going to disagree because we know that that causes friction, that causes people to watch. And what we're hoping, especially like even on my other channel, I have another channel, and what I try to do on that is say this: I got to give you the medicine, but I got to give you the sugar with it, the Kool-Aid. It's mixed in. So we hope that if we can have you watching by maybe sounding controversial or talking that somehow in between all of that, you get the medicine.
Yep.
yeah.
Because by you just giving the medicine, people don't want it. It's like, oh, that's boring. That's no excitement. But if you can do something exciting and make people learn, I tell you, like when I grew up on Saturday morning, we talked about this, Ron. I grew up on Saturday mornings. They had the Schoolhouse Rock.
Hmm.
I didn't even know I was learning adjectives. Unpack my adjectives, and I'm singing it.
Did you just
And
try
these
to
cats,
harmonize, my good
I'm,
brother?
hey brother, I got this
Shout
phone.
out
I
to
get
you.
that deep voice.
Now trick you into learning.
It
And
tricked me into learning, and maybe what we have to do
That's what
is
I'm saying though.
trick them into learning.
yeah.
That we got to give them the Kool Aid, the medicine inside the Kool Aid.
So
Yeah.
so then here's the thing: if we're gonna do that, right, and we're talking about content and using content, it has to be able to reach people, right? It's just the nature of what it is, right? Or they don't get it anyway. So one of the things I've been talking with some of you guys about, right, is when we look at positive content, right? I used an example talking to some of you guys out there, right? Like I go on, I could think of social media right now. Like there's a guy that will sit around, he'll act like he's poor, he needs something, and someone cousin does him a favor, right? And he'll freaking end up giving him like a car and like 50 G's and stuff. And I ain't saying we got to do that, right? But it's still like he tells a story, he takes people, he pulls on their heartstrings, right? And his positivity he's getting way more views than I get, right? He getting millions of views. Right. And Mr. Beast, one of the most popular YouTube guy, built his shit on positivity. Right. There is actually a blueprint out there on positivity and good natured content that works, right? So I think that one of the first things, at least for me, like I need to pay attention, right? Instead of just saying, "Hey, don't get that far," when that ain't it isn't the truth, right? It's just the other way is easier, and you can get farther faster, right? But what I want to bring up, like for example, right now, I even took it upon myself, like because. I like to do charity, right? I'm trying to find a way, like, hey, how can we bring positive attention to this stuff, right? And that's where I came up with the charity event, right, for the boxing, right? And plus, give some guys some smoke that have been running their mouths a lot, right? And so with that right there, right, that charity event, the boxing, we raise money, we donate to kids that are struggling in that country. It gives us a perfect opportunity as travelers coming in to say, hey, look, we're doing something good, right? And that when we speak about in terms of content and getting people to pay attention, a boxing event like that will get where it needs to go, right? So I mean, but that's just one thing, and that's why I think more guys coming together to talk about, hey, how can we work together? What are the things that we could do, even in that situation? Hey, I hit up Flip Flop, right? Hey, you know what? I'm going to probably do something in DR. When are you having your event? I don't really don't want to step on your toes. I don't want to crisscross and mess anything up that you're doing. And Flip Flop, let me know, hey, guys already got a boxing event going on, part of it. Let's bring this thing in, and maybe we can make it better for everybody, right? So we're already in working together on something positive. But that doesn't happen until 3 months from now, right? We're just under 3 months so that happened. That's a big gap. Hey, shit, I only been making content for 3 months. We got a good gap. So how do we start to come together now? Forget the other guys, right? They ain't changing. right? But unless maybe some of the stuff that we do becomes attractive enough that some of them start to pay attention, right? The ones that are ready start to pay attention, but we only focus on what we could do. So one thing I said, hey, I ain't getting on any more streams to go back and forth, beef and doing all that stuff. Like it's not gonna get anywhere, and it's got me strung out at work, fucking not showing up how I need to, like just staying up to engage and stuff all the time. So I wanted to bring you guys to say, hey, fearless, you've obviously already tried some things. Different guys have tried some things. Everybody here has some skills, right? Like what are some just throwing it out there, like when we think about the things that we could do, what are some of the things that we could do to be positive, to start to break away, and people, and it be attractive to
First, you got
people.
to speak life. We keep saying what ain't gonna happen, what can't possibly happen. They're
I
not
agree.
gonna never listen. They not. That's not true. I gave y'all examples from my own life. I'm talking about dealing with street motherfuckers, savages, people that are completely what you would think would be unreachable. These dudes that be in Medellin that I met, ain't no savage dudes like that. They not just no YNs. These dudes, a lot of them are tech dudes too. They just really have no example. They have no standards, no real principles to stand on. Columbia was from some of the first pussy some of these niggas done got. You gotta keep it real. When you really look at some of these guys and say, boy, you want one nothing going on back where you have to really address them like that. You can't address them like they've been trying. Even me, you can't talk to me as if I've been traveling for 10 years because I haven't. So you would have to say, oh no, I gotta approach Cliff a whole different angle if I was
I
moving a
agree.
certain kind of way. Do that mean I'm not gonna listen? Cause I get wild, I could get violent. But get what? If one of y'all would have pulled me to the side, not in front of everybody, not on live, and say, hey, bro, you kind of tweaking. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna calm the fuck down. Guaranteed. You
I
know what I'm
think
saying?
what
And
we
that
have to
works for
do.
a lot, not all. Like I
Yeah.
said, some people you have to recognize this nigga lost. He's gonna crash on his own. I ain't gotta try.
And,
You can recognize it. You can look at some of these folk channel and know where they're headed.
yep.
You know exactly what direction they headed.
I
And let
think
me
I
build
think
on
what we
what you
have to.
saying, good brother, because I love where you took that. A lot of times, man, we get an outside view, man. We don't know what people got going on behind closed doors. This young brother probably could have just lost
You
his
see what I
mother.
mean? You can't. Can't.
You
I
know
was
what I
taught
mean?
young, you
Like,
can't say can't. Not
I'm
you,
Well,
I'm
sorry,
talking
say
about the
that again.
comment.
this
That's
is what I think we
bullshit.
need to do, Cliff, and I'm with you, and I'm gonna give two examples. Rob, I think you got it. I think we have to
You say your
redirect.
chat going crazy down there, don't it,
Right, Golden Child.
Rob?
You
Yeah,
know I ain't
Yeah, yeah.
lying. You can
I
do
think we
all
have to
kind of stuff
redirect.
when you
Hey,
Don't
speak
worry
it.
about the chat, guys. We right
yeah,
here.
yeah,
We
yeah.
here.
If you want to talk in the chat, just talk with them in the chat. Let's keep it here.
Look, I think we need to redirect. I'll give you two examples. I used to raise Presa Canarios, and I remember the guy telling me, man, you can't punish the dog when it bites. He just had to learn how to bite the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
The same, I have a daughter. So when she does something, I say I can't punish her. I just redirect what she does. It says, okay, if you're gonna bang on something, I just want you to bang on this. So I'm taking that same thing and redirecting it. When I was in college, I had a professor. Uh, I went and I got cybersecurity. My professor said he was getting his son interested. And how he got his son interested, his son was always in the games. And since he's a cybersecurity expert, he knew how to break the code. So he broke the code and then gave his son, whatever game they were playing, these unlimited powers to do whatever, speed. And his son was like, wow. So he took the game and then said, well, if you learn coding, if you learn this, you can do what I just did. And his son automatically gravitated because he wanted to play the game, but now he needed to learn the coding. So now his coding became, I want to do everything with this so I can beat this. So like with you, Rob, you said you do things online. So if you're online and you're already seeing who's advertising and who's marketing, now we just take what you do every day and now we're gonna make money off of it. You doing it, you already online, you're already there. Now we just need to monetize what you're doing. So it's Cliff, back to you, it's not saying we can't. Maybe we just redirect their anger or their direction or what they want to something that can be more positive.
Hey,
Put money in their pocket.
And by redirecting, we don't have to say a thing. We go do something different that becomes attractive. And the people that are ready to pay, they will pay attention and they will come. And then when other people are ready, that they will come. But we only focus on what we can control, and that is us and what we are doing. Right. And that's why I brought you guys here, because man, when Clifford came up in my thing and I seen it, Cliff's doing some AI stuff, right? Fearless got his thing going on. Charlie got a channel. Ronan's got the AI and different things. We all got different skills and different talents, man, that we should not have anybody looking at us being like, there's a pedo, there's a sex pat. Like we ain't even that ain't even close to who we are. So we have to do something different. Well, I mean, I do, because when I walk in the mall with my son right now, okay, I get people looking at me all goofy ass eyed and stuff. If you go on my TikTok, right, I don't post it that much, but I got a video of me playing in the ball pit at Santa Fe with my son, and I got people dropping PDFs in there and stuff, bro, just for me being with my son, right? Like that is the image, right? So I could say, hey, I'm just staying out of the country. Well, we ain't really an option for me because I'm married, right? But if I'm traveling, I'm just going to stay away. But that ain't what I want. So we got to create something new. And that's where I'm at with it. I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, but I know that I might be a little bit crazy, but I'm not stupid, right? I'm not getting very far alone doing any of this. And there's already guys on board. We just need to get more organized with it and start to make some moves here and create a different narrative. I want to get to the point where they're like, oh, the guys are traveling. Hey, which group they part of? And then I'll tell you if I like them or not, right? We don't have that.
I think the problem is, and we got to try to instruct people, and I think this comes to when you don't have a father figure and anything like that. We want to be the jack of all trades, and sometimes you just can't be. It's good to specialize in what you do great, but I
Mm-hmm.
have to be able to trust the next brother to do his part.
Mhm.
Like if I'm a good point guard, I got to stay a point guard, but I got to trust my center. If I pass the ball, he got to shoot it in.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to form a group, you got to get some people that you can trust to do their specific job and not want to dictate what everybody's doing. You specialize in it, you do it. That's what you do good.
Yeah, and that's what and part of what I'm learning right now. Look, when I look at how I can contribute right now, right, and the different skills and stuff that I have, one of the first places I go to is, hey, outside of the travel space, if you go into the digital marketing world, online business world and stuff, I'm one of the best media buyers in the game. Like I got that skill, right? I can run paid ads like with the best of them, right? So then when I start to look around, when I seen Cliff's AI thing, hey, when I asked you, Cliff, hey, what are you doing with the AI? I start to think right away, Cliff right away thinking like, yo, who you trying to hurt with my AI? No, are you doing something that maybe I could help push you out more, Cliff, right? To help you get and impact more people. I'm looking to be of value to people, right? But I have to learn what everybody has going on to see how and if, because now I can't. I know I can't be part of everyone's story, right? But there's certain people out there I could be part of, like you're saying, Fearless, and if enough of us are doing enough of it, we all it all connected anyway, right?
And sometimes if you can just take one, say for instance you take Cliff, and this is no offense to you, Cliff. Cliff seemed a little rough around the edges. He seemed like, yeah, I've been in this. If you can take Cliff and have him make money, you know how many more people that follow Cliff that would follow Cliff that wouldn't follow us. We would
Yeah.
be the lanes. We would be the squares. But if
Mhm.
Cliff did it, it's like, oh wait, hold up. Cliff just made 100,000.
And
Cliff
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 got
doing
he's
that.
got the skill. Cliff has got the skills. One thing. Oh well, I guess I could say another thing I'm good at. I could see the talent. I could see it because when I'm doing media buying, I've been doing it long enough. When a business comes to me, like I know I'm not 100% on, but I could tell you almost right away if they'll make it or not. Because I've been doing it long enough, I know what to look for. I know what to see, right? And right away when I seen Cliff's stuff, right? Cliff was still come. Cliff wasn't past the part of wanting to beat me up yet, and I'm already in the AI looking at his stuff going around like, "Okay, let's move past this, man, because maybe we could get somewhere else faster."
I'm like, are you serious? He's like, nah, I'm dead ass.
Yeah, he was confused. He's like, so you're telling me like you're not a racist? Is this for real? I'm like, yeah, bro. I'm trying to talk about the AI, man. What do we got to do to get past that part, right? You know what I mean? Because if I was that, I wouldn't be trying to help with the AI, right? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm getting at, man. There's already guys in the space that got it, and then here's the thing. right? Hey, if we help, if I, you know, I'm just we're talking with you, Cliff. So like, I'll just say, I start working around Cliff's and I start teaming up. Man, Cliff starts making more. Cliff's moving around even more freely to different places. We help further each other to be able to do the very thing that we're here talking about, which is travel.
That's right, though. I agree. I agree with the bro. I don't know everybody's name yet, but that's the right approach, though, man. You know what I'm saying? But it start with the power of the tongue. If we jumping out with this saying, "Oh, it ain't gonna work. Oh, it can't happen." Oh, I don't care who's saying what can't happen. That's the wrong energy. You know what I'm saying? Cause with the power of your tongue, I'm telling you what I done seen with my own eyes and what done happened in my own life by just speaking, just not saying, "Oh, we gonna say these niggas." I'm not saying that. I'm just saying speaking that we're gonna have a positive change. Just speaking only positivity into whatever project that you're doing. Don't allow no negativity. It could be your best partner, but if he insists on being negative, bro, I promise you it's gonna continue to go. If you allow that, man, listen to what I'm telling you. If you allow the negativity to remain, ain't gonna see no growth. If you cut the negativity where it's at, even if it hurts you, man, I'm telling you what's gonna happen is you gonna see a change. I ain't saying that it's gonna be an overnight people going, but you're gonna start to gradually see a change because you putting the positivity in there when everybody else in this space is choosing to be negative. I mean, I learned from the conversation we just had. I was on bullshit, and you changed everything. I learned from that. I matured from that fucking conversation. If I can do it, goddamn man, trust me. If you could change my mind that quick, man, a lot of men can change their perspective by having the right delivery. If you'd have came in that group and been like, yeah, I'm gonna beat your ass, woo de woo de woo, or what, then I would have came back with some negative shit. You left me no choice but to be a reasonable man and talk like I had some sense.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Actually, so the night before, before I met you, the night before, I was with Fearless and Ronan. And Fearless, what was I doing? Asking questions. Yo, how can I move better? Right? How can I'm standing on what I'm standing on because I believe in it, right? It's an impacting people. I believe in the cause, right? But I know and believe that I could refine and improve the delivery. So I need other guys to tell me, right, how it hits. Right. And then to talk back and forth, and it is being as simple as, well, no, we don't say it was simple, but it's coming to a thing. Hey, you know what? And for the rest of y'all that are here that maybe weren't being here, you ain't gonna see me saying in my videos on my reels anymore on Instagram. I'm not gonna be saying passport bros anymore. I'm gonna when I
But let me say this
no,
to you, Rob.
look, but I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm gonna be calling out gringos, and I'm gonna make it one whole core group that no one can get lost with my message at all. Right?
Let me
That
say
that
this, Rob.
that happens in conversation though.
I travel a lot, and I go to a lot of different places. Like even the last time I was at a cigar bar in Santiago, didn't nobody in that place know what a passport bro was, and all of them had money. I go to other places and they never even heard of it. It's like the white rich guys, the dudes in suits, the owners of companies, they don't know who it is. We are in such an echo chamber that we think that that's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
When I this channel is my FU channel. Usually when I upload, it stays a day and then I delete it because I don't even want it. My other channels are my more serious channels, and they make more money. Think about who makes money. Diary of a CEO. Uh, what's my man's name? Oh, the big popular one, bald head. Plays in the MMF. How annoying, wrestler dude. Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe
He ain't
Rogan.
talking about none of this. He's not doing any of this.
Mhm.
And they making millions of views and millions of
Mhm.
dollars, and not even in this space, not even in this controversy. We've come to think that all the travelers or all this is an echo chamber because our algorithm is feeding into that, and that's all that we see. If we get out of that, man, like you said, when you said I want my 46 million, the passport bros is this, bro.
Oh, hell no.
Mhm.
I mean, it wouldn't even measure. So
Yeah.
why even worry about that group?
Hmm.
Hey, Hey,
That's a fact, bro.
real quick. I sent out a couple invites, but I only have my link.
Yeah,
So it
so
looks like people
no,
are trying to log in on my link, and
give
it
them,
kicked me off.
give
So
Yeah,
me
I
that
just
their
dude
got
said you T Mac now, and Ronan looked
Ronan,
entirely different.
Ronan, give
to
me their emails. I have to add them as a speaker. I don't know the whole other link thing. Give me their emails. I'll add them as a speaker. We'll
all
send
right.
them their own link.
Let me go back in my email. You need to send me another one because I'm coming in as T Mac now. So send me another email, and then I'll send you the emails of the other guys that want to join.
Well,
And we
I'm
have
talking about
Charity.
I'm talking about I just need their email address because then I
Yeah,
can
I'm gonna
add them
send
as
them.
speaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna send them to you. Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
get them.
so here's
Yeah.
the thing. Fearless in my mind already. So and that's why I ask questions is I'm not actually focused on the passport bros. Like guys have tried to peg me and frame it as I'm trying to crash in here and grab just the passport bros and monetize off them. Like that's why I brought up like, bro, you got way twisted, man. The audience that I'm going at, there's 49 million people in the United States that through surveys that said if they could earn the income, right, and they had a way to get outside the United States, they'd be willing to live outside the United States, bro. That's who I'm going after. 49
but,
million.
but
Yeah,
even
maybe.
with that, don't think the passport bro is bad.
No, I'm just
That, that's
saying
the
it's
that's
bigger.
the what I'm saying is that can be the Kool Aid. Then you just put the medicine in it. Hey, you tired of traveling out and doing this? I got another way for you. You can still address them. You just redirect them. You
Yeah,
see what you did? You can still go into that. You just redirect to another positive message.
absolutely.
What
But
is what is a passport, bro?
You want
that's
me to tell you what it started as and then what it
I think
became?
I know what it started as, but today
Oh yeah.
it definitely ain't what it can't possibly be from what it started as.
no.
Yeah, what it started as was brothers meaning anyone, a male, not necessarily
Okay.
black, not necessarily white. It was guys who said, you know what, I'm kind of tired of the Western culture. And it doesn't have to necessarily be women, it could just be how the culture is. And I want to be able to explore the world. A lot of people just, I've heard people say, America's the greatest country in the world. And then you say, well, where have you been? Nowhere. Well, how do you know it's the greatest country?
Right.
And so this was a way to tell men you have other options, not necessarily women. You have other options with women. You have other options with working. You have other options in culture. You have other options in food. Get your passport and see the world. When I first started traveling, I was able to see. I was like, man, they do this in this
Real quick.
country. Why ain't we doing this in our country? Like an idea. I got ideas from traveling.
Hold on before I get kicked out again. Damn it.
Okay.
All right, I sent both emails in the private chat for you to send those individual emails out to the Black Man's Option and T Mac. Okay, I need to back out, and also Chill Capo just came in on the same link I put out.
No,
Send me.
I sent him that
Capo,
one. I sent Capo this link. Well, that was when I was copying. So the one I put in the chat became a different link. Yeah, that was the one. That's the one I've been copying and sending you, bro.
Three
Oh, actually,
times, but it's
sorry,
all good.
I'm talking to you off the pin. I'm like, all right, yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, well, welcome, and let me get all right, we got a couple guys here. So, um, the black man's nice to meet you, bro. Sorry, I don't know your name, man, but welcome to the panel, man. Go ahead, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, well, like it was stated earlier, I am the president of the Black Men's Option, have been so for going on 5 years now. The Black Men's Option is Charles Tyler's group that he started way back in 2014. He ended up passing away in Brazil 2017. We were able to take over the group back in 2021. And we've been doing this travel thing for a long time. I know Adrian, me and you had that meeting in October 2021 at the spot, and it's not a big community. And you know what? The funny thing is, with all this that you're saying, that you guys are saying, we were saying this years ago. We had
I wanted to ask him when he comes back. I want to ask him when did it change? That's what I think Cliff was asking that. When did it change? When did this? becomes something positive for brothers to travel into negative behavior.
I think I kind of witnessed some of the change, honestly.
So
Roland,
instead of when, I guess the question would be why? Why and how? That's to the panel. That's
Roland,
for
I'm
y'all
getting you a
brothers.
link right now.
I'm
Shit,
making
But
you think about
notoriety
it.
is a drug
Yeah.
for these man. Look, but that attention, that likes and them views, it ain't even money. That shit is a drug. I'm for one. That's one thing I know for a fact. Then, man.
So guys are chasing attention and not money.
Oh hell yeah.
Okay.
And then, man, just the pass, cause I joined the passport group in Facebook, right? So I guess when it became open to a lot of people, it's all kind of people in there, bro. It's all kind of people that stamp themselves as, oh, I'm a passport, bro. And man, them some hell of a dudes now. Them some hell of a strange motherfuckers. So, it's wide open now. So if you got a dude claiming it, saying he that, and he a claim, then that's why the name getting drugged so crazy, and it's a stereotype now. Cause somebody called me passport bro when I came back. Oh, you a passport bro now? Oh, you that's the joke. That's the ongoing joke. I'm like, what you mean? I ain't even never joined the gang. What you saying? But that's the stereotype now. And now they even putting a color to it. That's just what's happening from me looking like damn near as an outside.
yeah, black man operates. Go ahead, jump back in. Sorry, got caught off. Hey guys, it was my fault. I've been fucking this thing
Yeah, I
up.
was going to say, I'm like, damn, somebody don't want us to talk. But anyway, long story short, we talked about this 2 years ago. You can actually go back and look on our channel, and we have a video called Law and Order. And the reason why we made that video was because we already saw what was coming before anybody was saying anything. But a lot of these guys didn't want to listen because they had a camera. Oh, you're hating. I got 60, 70, 80,000, 900,000 views. So I know more than you do, even though you've never been any place. Now, me personally, I've been to 42 countries. We have brothers amongst us that have been to 60, 65, 80 countries. And when you try to tell these guys, hey man, your image matters. We talked about that too. Your image matters. Why? Because these people are watching to see if what is being said about you lines up with your behavior in this country. And the difference between us and a lot of other these guys, they're solo. When you're solo, you have no self-awareness. You don't know what's going on around you because you're focused on whatever you're focused on. We do trips with 20, 25, 30 people, and we're watching the area, the surroundings that we take these people into because we know these people are watching. Charles knew about that a long time ago. That's why Charles was trying to do what he was doing. He was trying to be a part of the community because your image matters, especially black men, because they're waiting to see if you are what United States say you are. Guys called us
Exactly.
haters, told us we were gatekeepers, but you didn't listen. So what did we do? We stopped broadcasting. We didn't stop traveling, but we stopped broadcasting. And then what happened? Floyd happened. Jay Rillo happened. And other incidents in Kenya, Brazil, Thailand. And you know what? These guys that are in the forefront, they sponsored it. You co-signed it until the shit got hot. And we're sitting in the background having conversation with these guys that have big channels and telling them you need to be more aware of how you operate in these countries because your image matters. But when you're trying to talk to guys that have these big channels, big egos, and they think you're hating, dude, I'm not hating. I'm telling you how we were taught. I'm military, ex-military. We had a first shirt that would give everybody a briefing when your ass left the damn base or wherever you
Mhm.
were at, you be on your best behavior. because they're watching and you represent us.
He was
Now,
definitely in the Air Force.
Hey,
yeah,
so
if
look,
somebody jump you, then yeah, you all gonna fight together.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
So look,
you
let's,
don't do that.
yeah,
But they don't believe you hating for real.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
just some shit they saying.
Well, well.
Ain't no mistaken
So,
hate. You know
so
what I mean? You
anyway,
know if a nigga
I'm
hating.
not gonna be. Hey, I'm not gonna be long winded. I'm just gonna say we stop broadcasting because you can't vet the people that are viewing your content. You don't have any
Hey,
control, no dominion, or the ability to correct. All this stuff that you're saying, I've done. I've had a dude crash out, first time in Brazil, took him to the club. He didn't know how to act because he was overwhelmed by the amount of beauty in the club. The girl grabbed his dreads. He almost wanted to fight the woman, and we had to calm him down.
yeah,
Took him up to Casa Black the second night, sat out and talked to this dude for an hour. He's in tears because he doesn't understand how to take direction from men that he just met, that we genuinely care about your well-being and we want to see you win.
yeah. So here's the thing. Look, I think we're here now. Like there's no skating around it because the denials are happening every day. Thailand changed their time in country, and lowered the days. It's happening, and there's no skirting around it. So I really want to keep moving. I want to find what solution is, but I want to bring Capo in because Capo, right? You have gotten caught in the crosshairs, right? So to just touch on, right? Hey, for anyone that might not know, I think everybody knows by now, but maybe there's a few don't. That what happened, and then kind of where are you at right now, and moving. Are you trying to move different? What have you learned from what has happened with you? Just touch on that.
Yeah, I was just listening to everybody, just, taking in the opinions, and what I mean, like, I'm 42, so I'm not like OG, I'm like young OG, so I kind of get it. I get what the YNs is talking about, and I get what, what I mean, the 80s, 70s babies is talking about too, because I'm still in that range, what I mean? It's like y'all not old enough to be my daddy, but you older than me, what I mean? So
We both the
it's
same
cool.
age.
It's
We
cool.
both.
You're right,
older than
42.
y'all.
So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
cool. But I mean, my situation was crazy. A lot of people, like what happened with Don P last week. Like, I get it. How it's basically the perception of whoever puts the story out first. And 9 times out of 10, especially with the Colombia situation. Just speaking about Colombia, I can't talk about the other places. But as far as Colombia, they like to push a certain narrative out whenever they catch the brothers involved with anything. With anything, there's a little bit of extra, what I mean, that they throw on top to make sure that the story sticks and hits the way that they want it to, because they've realized, and I don't know if I was the first, but I'm definitely one of the more recent, named people that got caught up in the whole immigration Colombia, the trying to change the image of Colombia campaign. And it's all propaganda. It's all whatever gets the clicks, because it's easier to do the us versus them. We do it in our politics too. Democrats, Republicans, that side's more evil than that side. Those are the people that hate us, etc. So Colombians do the same thing, but it's just when it's a black guy, it's definitely comes with a little bit of extra on it. You got to be a pimp, you got to be sex trafficking, you got to be a part of a bunch of different things and labels and passport bro, and they got to hit you with every type of label they can, because they just can't flat out be like, we got rid of this nigga. You know what I'm saying? They can't really do it like that. So it is what it is. I learned the internet wasn't necessarily, as far as me, my downfall, so to speak. My issue was between a nightclub that I was making money for. I stopped working for the nightclub, took my business across the street, and that's where the problems then started from there. People made phone calls, payments was made to whoever, and all of a sudden they grabbing me out of the club a week later. So it is what it is. I'm in DR right now. I'm in Santo Domingo. Somebody was like, yo, you throwing a party in DR? I said, hell no.
Yeah. So
Good.
that's my thing then. So first I was gonna ask where you're in the DR, but then they
Uh-huh.
asked you, are you gonna throw a party? You said hell no. So then from what has happened, and look, we talk a lot, but have a conversation here is like what are you doing different now so that you don't end up in that in the crosshair anyone's crosshairs again. Like what's changing for you and kind of how did you get to that?
Um, nothing's. I'm still me. Like I'm still doing the same thing. I'm still me. Nothing on the surface has changed. It's just, I mean, obviously, I had a media page, Unseen Medellin, that I was pumping out content and daily news like you, but not so much with my face in it. Sometimes it had my face. Most of the time, it didn't. But it's just like the party promoter aspect of what I do, and I've been a promoter for 20 years. From Tokyo to Italy, different places. I've done events in Canada. I've done, like it just. I have a lot of relationships in the industry through living in Atlanta and Las Vegas. So I built a lot of connections on both coasts, and it just made sense. Everybody wants to go overseas. Everybody wants to DJ. Everybody wants to perform. Everybody wants to get that look overseas. So what I mean? A lot of the events that I did do in Colombia, I only did because somebody called me and said, "Yo, bro, ain't you in Colombia? Help me get a gig out there. Put me on out there." They would come for vacation and then be like, "Yo, I want to DJ here. I want to do a party here." All right, cool. I'll introduce you. Yeah, but I want you to set it up. So that's how I unintentionally just got involved in the whole promoter aspect because I paid for 3 years. The last year I was there, I didn't have to pay for nothing. But the first 3 years I was living in Colombia, I was just a customer. I was just a regular customer, and I built enough of a rapport with everybody that it was good. You know what I mean? So I just, moving forward, just as far as like that aspect of what I do, I'm just not getting involved with the club scene because at the end of the day, they have people here that do that. And one thing about, what I'm saying, a lot of people, they don't like new people coming on their block and setting up shop and doing it bigger than they do it. You know what I mean? Like as the new guy. So I know it wouldn't take a lot for me to use my relationships and set up a big party, a big event. I could bring Wiz Khalifa out here. I could bring this rapper out here. I could bring this influencer out here. I could make those moves, but whose toes am I going to step on in the process? Who am I going to create? New enemies I'm going to create because there's jealousy, there's envy, there's hate. Maybe he ain't got a lot of jealousy and envy. And then when it's a brown man that's having success, it's a little bit of extra salt in their wound, and they don't like that. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. People can say, "Oh, it's race." You're making the race card. Well, because race is a reality. Like race is a reality. There's people that genuinely, you know, if it's the pedophile Sam McVeigh that was deported with me or talking badly about the party promoter, I watched the whole country give the pedophile the pardon and come at my head.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
So, Capo, thanks for sharing on that. Here's what I think of when we're talking about ways that we can all move forward and we can bring positive light. See, I talked about
Mhm.
my skills. You've been hosting events. Why can't we collaborate and we put on some kind of charity event and you're the event promoter for that? You still get to show up with your skill, and we just move in a little bit of a different way, but we get the outcome that we're looking for.
Yeah, I'm always down for charity. Anything
You know what I
anything
mean?
that's giving back, showing love, all that good stuff, all that feel good positive PR stuff, like let's do it. Like that's easy, you know what I mean? That's easy.
So, but that's what I'm saying, and getting guys together, we can find ways right now. So, boom, we have some kind of event that we can even get past the box, and we find something else, right? Hey, I can push out campaigns to it, and if it's something that I believe in, I'll put a little bit of budget into it to get in front of people. Capos, the event hosting the promoter, right? We got Clifford's on the creating the AI images and the content for us. Like, yo, we got a whole little thing going right here, and we're all using guys that are traveling, and we're gonna bring some positive attention to ourselves that they can't push back against that. What are you gonna say, man? We just donated $20,000 to foster kids in the DR. Give me some smoke. Let
And,
me hear it.
and here's the thing. Let me add to this, and I appreciate my brother from Black Man Options. They have a charity. They have a 501.
Exactly. We've already been doing that.
Okay.
T
See,
T-Mac
hold on.
just started one.
My fault,
T-Mac
Ronan. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so T-Mac just started one, So there are plenty of brothers out there doing positive things in the community when it comes to philanthropy. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? And the
Yeah.
biggest thing,
See,
even my brother on Black Man's Option, is I came back with this phrase: "To be silent is to be complicit." We are
yeah,
done being
because the problem
because
is,
the
look,
first thing in our community, black women like to accentuate brothers ain't trying to do shit. So then when you do
exactly.
shit, all of a sudden you're not doing enough. You get what I'm saying? So now is the time for brothers like ourselves to go ahead and speak up and say, hey, you guys have been doing this all the wrong way. You want to think you know everything, like Black Man Option said, but you don't. You
You
Yeah.
know,
don't.
I
But
saw
then,
T Mac pull up, and T Mac is another one that's going to be pulling up. But I want Black Man's Option to talk about his 501c3, and then T Mac has
yeah.
one as well, and he's at the
Yeah.
bottom.
So we have the Charles Tyler Foundation. We already are working with an institute in Brazil. We've done events in South Africa. Um, we've had television coverage in South Africa. We've had government sponsorship in Brazil. We've done that stuff. But you have to be willing to do it, and you have to understand why it needs to be done. You just can't show up for a camera, a photo op. You have to go into these favelas. Like we go into the favelas, the favela boss gives us permission for us to come in as an NGO. Those guys are at the gate with guns, like they're armed, but yet they want us to come in and interact with the children because they see that we give them back. We give it back to the people. We did an event in South Africa where we gave back to a school, donated. We went to the club that Sunday. Everybody in that area knew. 3.8 million people saw us. So you have to genuinely want to do it. You can't do it for a photo op. It has to be something because the people have to see you. If they only see you one time and you take some pictures and you're gone, then it's not going to work. They're going to say you're just here. You know better than the politicians. And the other thing too is we travel to these places. All people do is take. You
Yeah.
don't give. You
Black man
don't put
options. I,
in.
I don't want to
You
interrupt you, but do you think that's the problem that
That's one of the
they
biggest
view the
problems.
Americans as coming in, setting up a business, and just taking from the community, whether it's gentrification or everything else, but not
If
giving
you're
back?
an American that's coming in and setting up a business, then you need to be working with somebody locally and inputting into that. You need to find a charity, especially if you're in some place where there's a third world need, you need to be part of that. Part of your income needs to be going to that charity because that is how you're going to change your image because everybody comes there and takes and takes and takes. And the other thing that is very prevalent is that Black American
Yo, you put
men,
out those messages under my name there.
Some, yeah,
I
I
know,
made it. I made it clear it's going on under both. But fit traveler,
yeah,
I'm the one telling you to shut your mouth and sit down. I've been living overseas 4 years. I'm married to a paisa. I got a son. I don't know who the fuck think you're talking to,
okay.
bro.
Well, but like I'm saying, you have to be part of the community. We got people in Colombia, Black Knowledge. He's been there for years. He has a foundation where he donates book bags. He's in the community already there. You have to be present. If you're not present, then they're going to see you as every other person. And Black Americans, they view you differently. They do. They view us very different when they see us. They had admiration for us because they're inspired by us. But then when they meet some of you overseas and they say, "Oh, well, you're not who I thought you were," and they treat you like a gringo. That's why I always say people are watching. So, and there are people that are doing things, but too many people want the spotlight.
Mhm.
Nobody wants to work together. Everybody wants to be the HNIC, but nobody wants to be in the background and say, hey, look, we could get together and stop a lot of this stuff. But you can't
Can
because,
I stop you real quick?
go ahead.
Because you're saying nobody, and I just sat here and said that I would be behind the scenes running campaigns for someone else's charity. That's me being behind the scenes. So we can't stay a
Look,
nobody no more.
look. Let me just say this. I understand what you're saying, but you're saying it now. You can do that. And if that works for you in Colombia, because you're there and you're married, that's fine.
I would do
Do
it for
that.
you.
Get other brothers. that are willing to do that. But you're going to have to vet the people that you have in your circle. Everybody can't come along.
I
It's
understand.
not going to work. You're not going to be able to have a positive output if you're not vetting the people that are around you. Because if they're not on the same page as you, then it's not going to work.
Well,
And we have excommunicated a lot of guys. I've gotten rid of guys mid-trip because their conduct was unbecoming of a member of our group. So you go crash out by yourself.
I agree with you 100%. And that's part of us moving different, right? When we talk about like passport bro and all that stuff, there is no vet. Anyone could just say that they're part of and do anything, right? But part of moving different is to vet. Like we should vet who is in our circle.
Well, well,
So
well, well, passport bro was a term coined for black men traveling, not men in general. That term was coined for a specific person because other groups of people have been traveling in mass. Black men have not been traveling in mass like they have in the last 5 to 10 years.
mhm,
If you are military, then you got the opportunity to travel. Black women have traveled. Black men have not. This is a new phenomenon for young men, black men that are traveling overseas, going to Miami, going to Vegas, going to New York, going to DC. That was the flex.
yeah,
This is new. And like Fearless said, guys that were going to the DR or going to Brazil, they were working guys. They just wanted to get away. There wasn't any real shine on it, except for when they made the article Essence about black men going to Rio. Not gringos, not foreigners, but black men going to Rio. And
yeah.
that is what prompted Al Grease to make Frustrated. So this has been going on to tarnish black men's image overseas. This is not new. And this is why we go places and we do things. Even the way that you dress. Like we go and do events and we go out and we do have a suited and booted night where we wear a suit and look and go out to the club and present ourselves in a professional manner. And what a difference it makes because people are, like I said before, they're trying to judge you by what they see on TV and they want to emulate what they think black Americans do. So you have to be mindful of your image. You don't have to change who you are as a person, but if you're coming through the gate and they're looking at you, and if you match what they think is somebody that's going to be dysfunctional, disruptive, and not a good fit for their country, they're going to deny you.
That's what I've been
Mm.
talking about. When you step off the plane, you need to
Yes,
show up a certain
yes,
way. And here's my thing too that I want to touch on. I'm not part of the black community. I'm aware of that. Right, I'm about as pale as they come. So, but when you talk about the black man being able to travel in groups, and like I can understand it, and I appreciate it, and I respect it, right? And to the way that you're framing it, right? When I say passport, bro, now it's just how the locals look at us, man. Like they got it all grouped in one, and to stand out you got to move different like you just said, right? Like because then they cannot put you in that box because you just broke everything that they could pull onto, right? You didn't give it to them.
yeah. They're going to put you in a box regardless. You can't stop what people think, but your actions can interpret the way that they perceive you. See, when we as our group go to Thailand, we've had the people say you're not like those guys because you don't carry yourself in that way. When we go to Brazil, they know the difference because the guys, the way they carry themselves, they act like they've never been anywhere. And when you say, brother, calm down, there's an abundance of whatever you're looking for here. Enjoy yourself, enjoy the experience. No, dudes aren't interested in that. Young dudes, they want to be on the internet, they want to crash out, or they want to go like dude said, they want to go up in these spots with the metas. Dude, I done seen dudes get slammed with the meta glasses going into these spots in Rio. I
Yeah.
mean, literally, bro, they
Man, he was spitting it out.
He
So my
was
question
rolling
is,
though.
I don't think it's the
I didn't do anything that
he's
time.
traveling as a group, which is good. I mean, he's traveling with a group. I think you can control the people in the group. I don't think it's the group that's causing the problem. I think it's the one or two people that travel, that go over. Those are the individuals that say, I'm kind of a solo traveler. I'm not with anyone. How do you, one, control that aspect? And then two, this is to you, Rob,
Mm.
you, you saying coming together. What explain to me what that means? Does that mean like a like his organization? Go a little bit further as to what you are trying to accomplish.
Yeah, and hey, real quick, guys, I dropped a link in the chat for some guys to get on, but I think I see a lot of guys coming on. It's kind of disrupting that what we already got in here. So I don't want everyone jumping on the link. That's why I wasn't trying to do it like that. But fearless, that's a good question. So and hopefully we get them back in here real quick. So but basically, right, what he was sharing and me talking with him, that was a perfect example, right? Learning what other guys are doing and how they're having an impact, how they're moving, right? He's doing some stuff with some charity work, right? And making myself available, right? Hey, how can I support this? What can I do? How can I get involved with your thing behind the scenes? But here is the other part when we got to talk about, right? We I do a lot of charity work, and I do it because of just who I am. I always been doing it. I did it when my one of my business had very few dollars, and then we did it more when we had more dollars. But we were always doing it, right? And I did it before I had the business. It's just always been who I am. Okay, so we got to show up and do it for the right reasons. But how we were talking about, showing up in suits and moving different so they could see us. Things still do need to be seen, right? You just don't need to show up to be seen. Okay, but in his case, right? Hey, just through dialogue, what are the kind of things that you got going on, right? How can I help maybe reach more people with my skill? What can I do to contribute and support or shit, right? Maybe they're going out and they're feeding people. Yo, how do I just come be boots on the ground? I don't know how it would be case to case, but first it's find the guys, right? Come together, and then through talking with each other and different things that we have going on, how do we have different ways to support? Like with the capo, like capo is an event promoter. So if we want to put on an event, we know we could bring capo in. He can hold down the promotion. Someone's got the charity, right? We can have an event for the charity, right? All of a sudden, we're bringing guys together that are working collectively together for the same common goal.
Mm, I like it. I
So,
got
but
a
Now,
nonprofit
I'll admit,
too.
I've tried. I've tried. Like I said, uh, my occupation is cloud architect and cybersecurity. So I work. I won't say where I work. I just do executive work somewhere in that. They tried to dox me. That's why.
mm,
The problem I had, and I'll be honest, I really tried to help out with people. I used to do consultations. My consultations were so low, and I said, "Look, man, you pay my consultation. I think it was $50, be $100, and I spend 2 hours with them, and then follow up. And I say, I'm gonna help you get certified to where you can do this, and you can work remote." And I said, any certification like AWS, CISSP is about $150. That's not me. That goes to that organization you take the test with. I said, whatever you spend to get certified after all of this, I'm going to refund this consultation fee. And I'll help pay for, I will reimburse you for your certification. You know how many people that I got on because they heard, I think at that time, that's why I don't like to show much. I was showing what my salary was, I was showing, where I stayed at. And so, like you said, this is the clip. They were saying, "Oh man, you make money. I want to make what you make." Okay, I'm going to show you how to get into that, an entry level. And I would show them the entry level. It would be like a guy at the gym. On January, everybody in the gym. They ready to do it. By the time Valentine's Day come, it's half. By the time May come, ain't nobody in there.
Let me see.
So even me giving these incentives and saying I'll do it for free, I couldn't get the people to go along. And so this is, I'm not saying we can't, but I'm telling you the frustration that happened to try to bring a group there. And maybe I don't know how you get those like-minded people. I don't know how you get people that are interested in that. Because I try to say, but this is how you work abroad.
yeah,
Like on my other channel, my channel is entirely different. I say, this is how you set up your remote device. So wherever you work, it looks like you at home. This is how you set this up. So I try to give that information, but
mm,
I don't think it's been receptive. So
mm,
that's why when my questions aren't to be negative to you,
mm,
I'm beating my head to say, man, I kept trying this because I've always wanted to give back. How do we make that work? How do we bring those people to get there?
yeah,
And,
yeah.
If I can chime in, I think the first thing that we gotta acknowledge, as much as we want everybody to go, everybody can't go,
No, he
man.
just said that.
Yeah, everybody can't go, bro. And not to man, shout out to my good brother Black Cleaner that just pulled up. But man, we need people like we need window washers, we need cooks, we need everybody ain't meant to be the CEO, and we just gotta accept that. You know what I mean? Like I say, shout out to John Hope Brown. I'm a big component of John Hope Brown. If you want his, I'll take his fate as a tribute. But this is a black man that been out there sit and have said, if you come in our non-profit program, which means that we're not charging, we're not charging you. We help you if you do what we tell you to do. In on average, we increase your credit score by 100 points. We increase your savings by 3,500, and a lot of people could get a house. He said, if you do what we tell you to do as far as getting the house, I will either walk you or my associate into a bank myself, and if they don't fund you, I'll fund you out of my pocket. The only other sweet deal the better deal that I've heard than that is when Floyd Mayweather told Jimmy Kimmel, bet $1 million on me. He said, what if I lose? What if you lose? He said, I'll pay you back. There's no other sweeter deal than that. So I land there. I'm just saying everybody can't be bosses. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and one thing, fearless, I think, where we can get stuck sometimes too. And look, even I have the Live Abroad Academy, so I'm teaching that kind of stuff to people, right? But so if that there can be resistance there, but I keep going back to the charities. One thing that I have learned about when we go to with charities and things of that nature, they're never going to turn down help. They're never going to turn down support, right? Finding a group of people that we can go raise money for and stuff. So then it's just creating different events, right, or different things like a boxing event that we could do. So that becomes easier because you get to work with more like-minded individuals to then go support a group of people that isn't going to say no. And that's why I started there.
But Rob, I'll say this: I have found the charity thing is good. There's nothing wrong with that. But I have found that the people overseas are more receptive to wanting to learn, to wanting to come out of their impoverished being than the people from America that travel. So I don't know how. So when I'm talking, I'm saying I don't know how we help these people.
Mhm.
I can see how we can help people overseas
Yeah.
because they're in a situation where like you tell them, man, you can make just say 50,000 a year. Man,
Mhm.
that's changing a generation. It's not only changing them, it's changing their family. It's changing their whole household. So they look at it as a golden opportunity.
Yeah. So,
You know,
so actually, we could talk about it then here because I'll share with you this. So, I think I started to touch on it with you the other night on you guys' show. Is so I have the Live Abroad Academy right now, right? We're about our first month in, and we're rocking. And I'm not I'm having to kind of offload my other work to try to put more time into it, but it's solid. It's going well, right? We got guys that came in like on beta test, like part of the first group. Not even know if this thing will work. That are paying for 3 months in advance now, right? So like we're cruising along. So, but what I proposed at one point, especially knowing the position that I was amongst the whole travel space, like, hey, I know I have something good, right? But I know not everyone's willing to kind of go through that path with me, right? So, like you and I could talk because you already talked like how you talked about like setting up your desk and working at home, like that's in the Live Abroad Academy too. Like it's part of it. So that's something that you and I could talk about. I think I mentioned it to you on your thing, how I said that I reached out to like Campo and even like a homie sub and was hey, gonna tell them, hey, I got something for you guys. I mean, I'll duplicate my thing and just put someone else could be out front if it will help more people, right? You know what I mean? Because like we can do that. So I have that very thing because the Live Abroad Academy is teaching people remote skills. But look, for the first 4 years that I was working remote, I was still living in the United States. I was just traveling around the world, right? So it can help that guy that is at home right now level up skill wise, earn the income to where they can maybe start. Maybe that guy wants to get abroad and hasn't even got to be, and he's watching the travel space right now, envious to finally get that first trip, right? That we could help that guy too. So that's something that I'd be willing to talk with you offline about, to kind of show you what I have, right? And that maybe that we could put something together that would help more people because I would be down to do that too.
I'm going to ask Cliff because maybe Cliff, I had this message with Ronan last night after that debatical. I said maybe I'm just too
I
old.
missed that.
Don't worry about it. No need to review it. I just said maybe I'm too old, or maybe I'm in a different mindset. So I'm asking you, Cliff, since I'm maybe out of touch.
How
How
old
do
are you?
how 52?
Okay.
But my life experiences have just put me somewhere else. Not an elitist. I just have. I came from the hood. I came from that, but I had people in my life that taught me how to be a different way. How to. And I'll just say this quick story. I remember when I got a scholarship. I had a great mother that impressed upon me educationally, and I got a scholarship to a private school. And I remember I said something like, "Yeah, do she do that?" And the dude kept calling me douchey. I was like, what the fuck? Do she? Do she? I didn't know the proper way to say something was does she? And I learned at that time how important language is into your communication.
Mm-hmm.
Those little things brought me up.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying I'm out of touch with the group, but sometimes I can't understand the mentality because I didn't have that mentality. It was always a successful driven mentality. So I'm asking you, how do we communicate with that group? How do we what are they in need of? What are they looking for? What is it that how can I give them that fishing pole?
Well, I mean, they need the information because, like I said, I'm new to this space. You know what I mean? So I would love to be able to get the information. I be on so before I ever traveled anywhere, I'm on social media trying to pick up shit. But at the same time, from the same people that would say, I got this program to teach you how to uh work remote overseas or travel or safe tips be the same guys that's saying, "Oh, you new to the travel space. I've been doing this for 5 years. Oh, you don't know nothing. I damn right I don't damn know nothing." Even the dudes like I know Capo about the comment shit. Oh, he gone. But I see them. They right here. Like that shit. And everybody ain't got the confidence. You know what I'm saying? Once you
They
done
gatekeepers, and
told,
that and
once they
that's
done felt tore down, you ain't tearing them down. But once they done felt like, damn, I ain't even relevant because I just got my passport. That shit. They
but
taking, but they
Cliff,
making the effort. But
Cliff,
when they do that,
That's a
they the
good point, brother.
rookie. They
no, Cliff, here
the
go the
whatever
problem.
these little names. Oh, you just stacked your money up and now you able to take the trip. That same person in 5 years could be one of y'all.
No,
But they
Cliff,
get
I'm with
it's
you. Hold,
such a
hold up,
harsh space for
one second,
nothing
Cliff.
though. I mean, it's
It
no
is a
real
harsh
reason
space.
for this shit to be
No,
so harsh towards.
Cliff,
What I was gonna ask is, okay, we got the attacks from outside, but what about all the black men inside the travel space that choose to they're just so quick to attack one another, especially if you new to the space. I mean,
Cliff,
especially if you say, man, I'm new, I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to, and then you get attacked because I know I
Hold
have.
up,
So I'm just
one
like,
second,
it's a
Cliff. I'm gonna
funny
And I
address
want to go after
situation.
you,
You
Fearless.
Cliff. The thing is, and I apologize. It's not.
not you per se.
No,
I'm just
no.
saying.
I'm apologizing for the community. There's a lot
Okay,
of There's a lot of gatekeepers. There's a lot of
fact mundo.
gatekeepers who don't want people in. And it's not. Let's just not even talk about travel. Even in my space, in IT, I've seen one very few black people, and I've come into where black people have made it, and they don't want to give the information to the other people because they want to be the only person. That doesn't
Lord have
happen with a
mercy.
lot of groups. Indians, they share the information. Asians share the information. So
That's
I
a fact.
apologize that this group has become gatekeepers. And then when you ask simple questions, you get ostracized. Like what? But you don't know. Where can I go when I get to DR? Oh, you don't know how to get there. You That's bad. Because if you're a person that's really seeking information, there should be a group. And me and Ronan do it all the time. We say, "Oh man, here's great places you can go." That's not red light districts. That's good places. And if
Mm-hmm.
I can come at you and tell you the good places, I'm already setting you on a good path to have
Mm-hmm.
experience good. I can't talk for the other people, but what happens is people get this information, and when people get a certain level of power, power is just I know something you don't know. I can
Right.
shame,
'Cause-
yeah, I can shame you because you don't know, and that makes me feel powerful. So
Yeah.
I want to apologize for those people, and that should not happen in this space, guys. If
Yeah,
people are
yeah,
coming
I
in,
appreciate that because
share that
that's
And
just
information.
and,
coming from
and,
me. Like
and,
even
and let
dude,
me
like you saying,
let me just chime in on what he's saying. Cliff over there on my channel, we got brothers that haven't even traveled yet. that come over there and they come pick up. And Ronan can contest this. We got a young brother. I think he's on his first trip. Like he just like he did his first trip or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He was over there learning and picking up game. There's another young brother. His first trip was through the group. We actually
Fine.
looked out on little bro and helped him out on the simple fact we ain't all about that. So my question to Fairly is because in Ronan can attest to this, he got one gentleman that's in his travel community that every time he come up, he want nothing but smoke. His thing is, I've been in this for years, yo. I'm not friendly, yo. I'm this, that, and the third, yo. Well, here's the thing: if you're not helping, you're hurting. The best thing
Hey,
you could do is get out the way if
yeah,
that's the case.
yeah.
Because you got
Facts.
so many people. You see, he laughing because he know who I'm talking about. But that brother that's on the screen right now, that's one of my good brothers from over there on our side of the internet, to where we hold each other accountable as men and we help each other out. A lot of the brothers over there we have met. We have a meetup once a year. So we all meet in person and we get to see each other in person and converse in person. But my question to Fearless is, how do we get these old cats to stop, one, stop gatekeeping, and two, stop hating on the young? That's like the older people that hate on the kids that sagging their pants. I'm not with that and stuff like that, but they forget back in their days they wore bell bottoms. It's just a fad.
Hey, real quick, Fearless, before you get into that, I want to touch on something for you too, Clifford. So here, I've only really been in the travel space for 3 months. Okay. So I remember when like I went on like homie stream. Someone told him, why you platform that guy, bro? You guys ain't platforming me, bro. I'm fucking going viral every single day. I don't even need to be on YouTube. I'm going viral every day, right? No one can. When it comes to the skill development, they can't gatekeep anymore because I already blew through them gates. We got the academy. We got showing people how to get every which way between every city, how to get visas, how to get. Bro, the gatekeeping is going away. Whether it is so, I wouldn't even focus that much on it. What I'll say with you
But
too
these
is,
are the
look,
same
I,
men that are
I
hating though.
but I'm saying I have gotten guys hating
Mm.
on me for, they bring it up constantly. Like I'm coming in, I'm trying to do this. I'm like, bro, just learn and keep moving because even if we get rid of gatekeep, there's always going to be people that are hating
Agree.
regardless. So I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna go viral on Instagram again. Right, and I'm gonna keep going viral again. I'm gonna keep growing the Live Abroad Academy, and I do not give a shit what any of them, because nobody can actually gatekeep, man. No one can keep you from anything, right? The only thing that people actually have is information, and it's everywhere. And you already know how to use the platforms that get you the fastest access to it, right? So, there may be guys that are doing it. Yeah, Fearless, you could talk about stopping it, but I want to encourage you. I've been only here 3 months, and no one's going to slow me down because they're trying to stop anything. And I just a little bit I know about you and what you've been able to do, they can't really slow you down either, bro.
Oh yeah, I wasn't saying that really. Extremely resilient. They can't do nothing with me, but this just stuff that I've experienced and that I've witnessed. Oh yeah, they got their hands full with me. I've never traveled with a group before though. Every trip I took on my own, I had to research. I had no help. Nobody when I touched down. Everybody I met when I got there. I had to figure people out. I had to screen motherfuckers. Like I did it all on my own, so they
Let
could
me ask you a
do that
question,
as
Cliff.
well.
Let me
You know
ask
what
you a
I'm saying?
question
But
though.
I would have rather have had some brothers who already had done it. When I took shit would have been just a little more smooth. I would
And
have
it would,
learned
yep.
without having to make so many mistakes. You know what I'm saying? But 90% of the dudes with the hate is just lame. Like if you really look
Agree.
at the character of the men who do that, they got a flaw within them. Cause ain't no real man gonna say certain shit. Ain't no real man gonna dwell on, oh, do y'all really live overseas? Or is you it's irrelevant. I mean, that does give you a stature. Okay, bro, been living over there 5 years. I could learn something from you. But that don't mean, oh, this dude who just started traveling is lesser. But that's the way it's being portrayed. You know what I'm saying? And some people are
Got to.
quickly deterred.
Yeah,
They
Let me
not
ask you a question,
resilient. But
Cliff.
I did want to hear what Phyllis had to
Wait,
Yeah.
say.
don't ask
No,
a
this
question
is
yet.
the question for
Wait,
Cliff.
don't ask a question yet. Let me make a comment first.
Well, go
yeah,
Yeah,
ahead,
go
man.
and,
Speak
ahead.
up, man.
Go
Talk with your chest out, brother.
I
You a
can't hear
Marine.
you.
You acting
and
like
real,
you in the Air Force.
real quick too. Hey, let's let Black Cleaner jump in real quick and say hello. He's
No,
been
let
sitting on
Ronan
to the
go. You
side.
know, he in
Okay,
the
Ronan, I'm
Marines,
gonna
but
bring
he
him
acting
in.
like he in the Air
All
Force.
right,
Go
first
ahead.
of all, let's say this. Black people are not a monolith. I just put up a chart. I always throw it up every time we're on a live. We're 2% that have black people have passports in America. Okay, out of 2.8 million people that have passports of voting age, that means above 18, black people as a whole, women and men, are 2%. So who's gatekeeping what at 2% of all the people fucking traveling out of the United States? We ain't gatekeeping shit.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
first
think
of all,
gatekeeping
It's
is the
some
thing. I
brothers
don't think it's
that are.
gatekeeping, bro.
let me
but I,
finish. Let me finish. So what I want to ask Cliff, because he is the one that really would understand the community we're trying to reach right now, is what changed you to want to be able to listen to other brothers in the space? Because again, we get the hate. The OGs are hating. They don't want us to win. You know, you guys are jealous of us. All these things, like even the Black Man Options has said, I had said many a time, and so has Fearless. So what changed you to be able to be in a position where you're saying, you know what, I really do need to listen to these guys so I can catch on to what the game is when I travel?
Because I came in yearning for it though. I came into space. I was, you got to think, my vision started from a dark, dark place. I wanted to get the way y'all at when I was locked up. I was looking in magazines and looking on TV. So I was seeking the guidance from guys I was around who was like, oh, bro, when you get out, you got to go Colombian dudes, Brazilian dudes, because I was in the federal system. So I'm already, I came in the space a learner. But I'm a studious dude anyway. I wanted to learn, but I just never had the opportunity to really learn outside of watching social media. To today, to now, like I've never had a motherfucker take me under their wing and show me nothing. You
well,
feel me?
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
ask you a
keeping it
question,
real.
Cliff.
If
So
I
I
can
want
add
to
to, if I
learn.
because I can relate to what Cliff is talking about. My first trip to Brazil, I linked up with some brothers from the community we never met in real life. And man, and those became my brothers for life. These brothers
Right.
already had thousands of subscribers, thousands of views and stuff, and they walking me through. No, you don't want to set up your channel like this. You don't want to do this, man. Let's go over here. And they was real. They like do real content. We went to go see the favelas and the Christ Redeemer in one day. If you know anything, that's a lot of steps. After we walked through the favela, I'm like, come on, all right, guys, we finna go take a nap and come back. Like, no, we already out, bro. Let's go and go to the Christ Redeemer. Like, bro, my
Mm.
dogs, my feet are barking at me, bro. But guess what? We did it, and it was one of the best decisions that I made on that whole trip. So, yes, going with a group, it definitely changed your, but you got to go with a group of like-minded people, not people that just want to monger all day or sit around and do nothing all day. These brothers was really getting out, getting a feel for the culture, walking the
Mm.
beach, eating local, and doing things like that. So, yep, he said, shout out to Vibe with Misha where she say she pulling up to our link up. We have a link up every year. She pulling up to the link up. And shout out to Misha and Ray
How I type?
my
How
good
I
brother
give her
right
my
there.
Excuse me. How
Yes,
do I
sir.
give her my? She asked about my YouTube. How I type in here though?
You can just say it out loud if you want right now. You could type.
It's just Clifford Shannon. It's at all my social media at Clifford Shannon or at Clifford Shannon.
Let me
Yeah.
ask
All
you
right.
something, Clifford. This is
Okay.
I
Hold
told
on
you.
before we switch
Oh,
gears though.
no, it's not switching gears. It's right on this thing to help us
Okay.
out. When you wanted to travel and you wanted to go to a place, how did you find out about that place? And I'm asking for
I
this
didn't. I
reason.
was relentless. You know
No.
what I'm saying? Like
So, all right, let me
I'm
ask
just
you
that
this
type
then.
of person. When I
Let me
want to
ask this
learn
way.
something, I want to know something. I'm gonna get it.
Let
I
me
don't
ask
care
it
if I'm
this
in
way then.
in a cage. I don't care where I'm at. And then it's God help me. It ain't me. You know what I'm saying? I
God
didn't.
did.
No, no, what
My
I'm saying,
release date
Clifford.
was 2029. I
Let
could
me
still be in there. But
let
like
me
I
ask
told y'all about speaking to the universe, I used to go to the window and yell, I'm ready to go home. Goddamn. I used to speak. And
Yeah.
I'm here
no,
now talking to y'all that I'm telling you the power of the tongue is
no,
real now.
no,
So
Clifford.
I spoke what I wanted, and you know what I'm saying? My ex, when I first started traveling, because I had a female in Cuba. When I first started going to Cuba, I went to the
Ooh,
roughest trips. Solo, you know what I'm saying? Havana, Holguin, like shit like that. I
so
started in
you started from the
so
trenches,
I'm
Clifford,
bro.
ready to
let me ask
dive
you
in. I'm
this.
not a. I'm fearless too. I'm ready to dive in, bro. Just
Fearless, I
straight
miss
up.
you. Cliff, let me say this to you, and this is what I meant by this. What made me like I told you may not have been here. When I had my other channel, I went from like 10,000 subs in less than 4 months. But here's what it was. If I wanted to travel, and I was doing some travel things, if I wanted to travel to a place, you know whose channel I would not look up? My own. Because I wasn't giving no kind of advice.
Shout out to you for the real.
That's
Damn.
why I had to change my entire channel. And so I'm saying to you, right now, we have just identified a gap in our community. We have just identified a brother who wants to travel but can't find the good information because it's just mongering. It's not where I stay, where the restaurants are, where's the food at, where's the safe places. We just identified a gap. And you know how you make money? Is when you fill in the gap. So
Hmm.
I empower you to say, you go to Cuba, you need to do some content on your struggles getting there. Not only your
Mm.
struggles, what you succeeded with getting there. Because there's somebody out there who's a Cliff Jr. who's saying, I want to travel. And how do I
No,
get to Cuba?
he ain't saying that. He's saying it's time to go home.
Nah,
Hey, I
So,
facts.
want
so
to.
God,
That's
this is
dope. I
to
like
empower
that.
you
I
guys. If
like
you're
that.
saying, Rob, you want to do something different, there it goes right there. There's a gap where guys want to travel. They're new to the space. They want the knowledge, but there's gatekeepers out. Why not us open the gate to do something more positive to show this is how you travel. These are the things that you need. All of that.
Absolutely. That's why I'm doing this here. I'm
Facts.
learning. I'm
I
learning
like
tonight
that.
too.
That's
But I want to bring on the black cleaner because he been sitting in the corner for a while. And my bad, man. You came in the middle of us all going back and forth. But nice to meet you, bro. And you could just jump in with where we're at right now. But I want to give you the floor.
Shout out to Black Cleaner. That's another one of my brothers from over there on our side of the internet.
You coming?
Yeah, he trying to find a button.
Oh, okay.
Can you
Pause.
hear us, Black Cleaner?
You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Cause
sir.
I
Loud
can
and
hear you,
I
clear.
brother.
can't hear you all. Hello?
Yeah, we hear
Yep,
you.
we
Nope,
can hear you.
can't hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Just talk. Just talk.
No, I no, not at all.
He can't hear us at
He
all.
can. He
Oh,
can't hear
there's a
us.
lag.
He can't hear us. So then, well, then if he's gonna be stuck there, then we gotta we gotta keep going
Yeah,
right
carry
now.
on.
Yeah. So then, all right. So Clifford, then from the time that you got out, what did you do to start getting yourself back overseas? Have you got overseas since then?
I'm gonna have to drop down.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
All right, man.
Okay. I didn't understand. I didn't hear the question one more time.
Since you've gotten out, have you been back overseas since you gotten out?
Yeah, I'm saying that I started traveling once I came home.
Okay, so how do you navigate that path? I mean, look, guys got it hard enough time working a regular job and getting out of the country to from getting out from being locked up to getting out to getting overseas. What does that path look like for you? How do you accomplish that?
So I told you, well, you got to just see it. You got to want it bad enough. You got to speak it.
But
I don't even know how I even
did you go
gathered the
look?
money. I didn't have. I ain't never. I came home during Corona. I ain't
Did,
couldn't get my first job. I got let go because of Corona. So I don't know how I did it honestly. But
but
like I said, a lot of stuff I don't know how I was able to do.
did you go seeking information though? Did you go looking
Oh
for
yeah,
information?
I'm a
Where where were you
definitely
looking?
that. So I say this like the guys that you gotta want something bad enough though. You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody gatekeep nothing for real. You know what I mean? If you want it bad enough, and like I'm assuming everybody God fearing men, God gonna give you everything you need if you own the right path. I mean you trying to do something right. God gonna open doors for you. I promise you. I'm coming from the darkest place. So if I was able to do it, it ain't no excuse for nobody to be able to pull it off. I promise you.
Well, where did you go looking? Where did you go looking for? And what did you look for? Where
My
were you
first
looking?
teacher was YouTube, bro. My first teacher was YouTube. Everything I learned was YouTube.
YouTube
I learned
University.
everything about it. I didn't know how to use. I ain't know how to use this device right here. I ain't know how to use a computer. You feel me? I got locked up in '07. I didn't know none of this stuff. I had a couple cell phones in the joint, but I didn't know none of this. I had to, and nobody was willing to teach me nothing. So I had to set my mind. First, I had to cut people off and ignore a lot of. That's what dudes not gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be all the people that's stuck that don't got their passport. That other 80, well, you said 98% of people that's not gonna get it. They're never gonna get the motherfucker. You got to just lead them folk where they at. You got to just lead them where they at. They gonna make fun of you because you don't want to come out because you're studying. Because they did it to me. They gonna make fun of you because you don't want to chase women or you don't want to do this because you focused on that goal. They gotta just stay focused. Cause I got called all kind of shit because I ain't want to hang out. I got called all kind of shit because I wanted to take a trip and do different things than what they expected me to come home and be. You feel me? So I already know what the struggles are. Folk gotta have the courage and the confidence to make their own path. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like straight up, you got to have, and that's something some people just ain't gonna just don't have. It got some of that stuff got to be in you, or you had to go through something to develop it, or they just not gonna have it at all.
Is
Real
I'm
is
talk,
there
sorry.
Rob. I'll tell
is
you
there
my
is
first trip to the DR. My own brother, my oldest brother. I mean, well, no, he's a brother closer to me. He pulled me aside like a couple days before my trip. He said, "Man, why you going out there? They don't even like us out there." I said, "Bro, if that's the case, they don't like us here. What are you talking about?"
at least there I don't know the language, right?
You see what I'm
Well, I done
saying?
heard
Like,
that.
if you going with that narrative, you're gonna always be stuck.
Yeah.
Facts.
Well, I mean, look, that's the same thing we're talking about earlier here, though, talking about the other guys doing stuff, and like I mean, we're gonna do something different, and we're gonna say, hey, no, we're not gonna be here stuck with them. That we can do something that works. Like, so we get caught in that kind of frame of thinking in different stages, right?
Yeah.
So, but then, Cliff, what I want to ask you though is, as it pertains to YouTube, when you went to YouTube, what did you find as to get yourself traveling that was beneficial to you, that was useful, so that other.
I learned how to filter through the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? On YouTube. I learned how to watch the videos and say, dude, cap, and go to the net. And then I found
There you go.
creators that I could learn specific things that I felt like I needed to learn, like Cuba. It's a lot of stuff. You got to get a Cuba card. You got to go on the little DeGero whatever website and sign up. Ain't nobody taught me none of that. And a lot of the people that I was watching was saying, "Oh, for your first trip, you can't don't go to Cuba. I don't advise, and I don't advise nobody make that their first trip." You know what I'm saying? But I did it because I don't know, I'm a risk taker. But I did all my research myself. I'm talking about hours and hours and hours. I could have been in the club. I could have been outside. I could have been doing other stuff. But I was in that zone. I was in that zone so much that when I first came home, I was staying with my mama. She had to come down and check on me. You all right? You still on that computer? You still got? I'm fascinated by all this stuff. If you're not really fascinated, and it's not just travel, bro. This if you want to build a business. I get a lot of slack for wanting to build my own business. I'm not comfortable with employment. You have to develop your own mind. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not, and
100%, bro.
I'm saying men
All
can do
facts.
it because when I was young, I was a follower once upon a time until I
It's okay to be
realized
a
that
follower
wasn't getting
sometimes.
me nowhere. You have to have the courage to just be your own man. That's my advice. Like
Here's my
you got
question.
a vision in your mind. Can't nobody say nothing to stop you. And if they are that negative person, that doubter, you got to have the heart to cut them off. If it's your brother, if it's your girl, I'm talking about I cut off family members. You got to have that blade ready to cut their ass off. But you also got to recognize the people that's gonna help you get to the next level. You have to be able to recognize these people, man. You have to have a different set of eyes, like I was saying about the people you can reach and the ones you just know you can't reach. You gotta that's up to your skill to have to be able to look at them and say, I'm wasting my time.
Here's my question, Cliff. When you were learning all that stuff and you were watching content that was going to help you be able to get over there, were you watching content like on all the partying and all the content we're talking about that gives everyone like that's catching the heat right now? Were you consuming a lot of that?
Yeah, I watched that shit too. I watched a little bit of everything. I couldn't watch too much of the party stuff because they not talking. I don't like to just watch somebody with the camera or walk into it. I can't do it. I lose focus on that. You gotta talk to me. You gotta
I
give me
love
some
walking through
game.
it sometimes. I'll
Yeah.
tell
I
you
can't.
why.
I
I'll
lose.
tell you
I'll
why.
fall
See,
asleep on
Because
that's
that
you
why
shit.
get
I
there and
was.
you get to go. It help you recognize stuff. It help
Oh
you.
yeah, it
Oh,
did
this
do
is a
that though.
landmark that
It
he was.
did
You know
do
what I
that
mean?
though.
I'm
Yeah.
But
sorry.
I
Say that
fall
again.
asleep. You got to talk to me. At least put some voiceover with it.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? That'll
I
help.
agree with
Like for
that.
me, my advice, you got to walk into, but talk to me. Tell me, give me some game. Why? Because the game what got me hooked on certain creators, and they give both. Then I don't like. I don't want to hear a one side. I like. It was one dude. I can't think of his name. He from like Jersey, but he used to give both sides. I'm gonna get it to the dudes who want to go trick off. I'm gonna get it for the dudes who want to do this.
I
I'm
think
gonna
you
get
talking
it for
about
the one
Fly
who
Boy
the
Way.
that his name. He be
Yeah.
like spelling his
Yep.
name or something.
Shout out to
Yeah,
that brother.
he
He
was
he
one of
shares
the
a lot
more.
of information.
Yeah, he shared a lot of info. I know he over there doing his thing, but he was giving so much info. I had to. You know what I'm saying?
Can y'all
Take.
hear me?
You
Yeah.
take everything with a grain of
Okay,
salt,
great.
bro.
Yeah.
I
Let,
extract from the video what I need. You know what I'm
That's what you
saying?
need to leave the rest.
mm. So
Even if
let
I'm talking to somebody, I'm gonna leave the bullshit with you. I'm gonna take out the conversation what I need, and I'm gonna take it with me.
For sure, for sure. Now, even with that being said, I'm gonna bring up somebody that, and I still haven't had an in depth conversation with Rob, which I intend to do, because he got a like I don't know what to call. He got a conflict with what we would call one of the big homies in the space, and that's Ronan. Like
Exactly.
I watched his content. Well, say that again.
Which Ronin? Is it two Ronins?
The
Yes.
wandering
You got Ronan
traveler.
on here. That's Philippines
Ronin
Ronan.
right
Yes.
here.
Then you got Dr. Ronan.
mm,
That's Ronin OANNAN.
mm.
The Ronan the
No, he
wandering traveler.
hey,
Yeah.
Ronan the Runner and
Okay,
Traveler.
yeah,
Yes.
Ronan,
that's the one I
Ronan,
first
other
used to
Ronan,
see.
his
So
name used
here's
to be
Because
Ronan
of
the
him,
Wandering
when I
Traveler.
went
Don't
out there, I
mispronounce
took
his
his advice
name.
on Airbnbs. I took his advice on what area to stay, where not to go, what
Big
to do,
facts.
and all of that stuff. And because of that, I had a great time on a budget, damn near.
here's the thing, Charlie. Look, so when everything started with Ronan, it happened with the whole Melvin thing, and he was in the group. They tried to get my page down, right? So when I started calling out Ronan for all that stuff, since then, before then, I didn't even know. I've never seen any of Ronan's content. I haven't seen a lot of people's content since that time. I went and checked out because if I'm going to be going back and forth with someone, I want to know who it is, right? So I've seen Ronan stuff, and Ronan does put out good stuff, and he tries to educate and teach people. I don't have any real problem with Ronan at all. The only issue ever was like I don't know you, and you're coming to get my page taken down for me talking to a different guy, which is Melvin, right? I'm not cool with that at
But
all.
are you sure it was Ronan? Because that don't seem like it's Ronan's character. Like
It,
my
bro, I
people
got his phone. I got
that
his
pulled
phone
up in the
number. I
chat.
got
I'm
his.
sorry. Go ahead.
I got his phone number screenshotted in the damn thing. I got the text messages that he wrote.
Well, you have my contact. Send that to me. The proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? And the thing of the matter is, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I done seen Ronan tell a lot of brothers not to go out there on no damn
Black
safari.
Cleaner, you got some serious background, bro.
Yeah, it sound
Sorry.
like you making a mocha or something in the
Yeah.
background.
Yeah, but look, here's the thing with Ronan. Anyway, I'm way past the stuff with Ronan, man. I don't need it was it's months ago. I'm not even worried about it at all. When I started calling out the boxing stuff, I just started naming guys that was on the list at one point, man. I'd be if I went beating up on Ronan anyway, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't. Be, I would have just went further down the list trying to call it a much older man. So I don't have any issues with Ronan out. And the thing is, I'm not really trying to have issues with anybody, man. That's the thing. That even the point of this tonight, I'm trying to get away from that whole narrative in general. Look, flip flop. Right, the first time I ever said something about flip flop is because flip flop had me in his YouTube talking about, yo, this dude risking his life talking about that shit, and it's like, all right, bro, you want to come talk about let's talk you and me now, right? But since then, look, me and Flip Flop working together to host a charity event. I'd much rather be doing that.
And here's the thing, and for the people that watch me, because if you could pay attention, the people from our side of the internet is very active in the chat. And that, like, it was some
What
people that was getting on me, but at the same time, what I was telling them, they like, damn, Chan, that's what you want now. I'm like, no, not really, because here's the thing. For one, you got to know where a person coming from. That's for one. For two, talking to you that first night, and I felt like say you was genuine, you was speaking, and you was like, well, I didn't look at it when I was talking about the passport bros like that, so I'm just gonna say gringos, and that's all encompassing. I said, I could get behind that. I said, what's your mission? He said, I'm out here against these pedos. I said, we kindred spirits. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
over here is promoting the pedo stuff that's going on out there. That's
They
not
ain't
what
even
we
talking
do.
about that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
when
I
they
said they
pop
ain't even talking about that.
when
You
they
see what I'm
pop
saying?
But you
when they
know why though? You know why? I
Yeah.
mean,
but
it's a
Yeah,
here's the
yeah, we
thing.
dangerous
all know why.
situation because of who escorting the pedos.
Hey,
Like,
but here's the
there's some
thing.
dangerous motherfuckers though. I
Cliff,
get it.
here's the thing, Cliff. I crafted a whole bill myself using it. Thank God for AI. Flew to
Charlie
Texas.
Chan TV. I'm about to follow your joint now.
Flew to Texas, met with a congressman, Mike McCall, to try to introduce a bill to make it harder for predatory guys to get into other countries. So I'm already on that. So like that isn't a nobody. They're just usually much harder to find because they operate in the dark. They're harder to get caught. Anytime any one of them has gotten caught, that they've been up on my page too. They're usually just much harder to get to find them, man, because they don't do the party. They don't bring attention to themselves. They try to operate in the shadows.
They got
And
help.
also let me add to that too, Rob, because and he could tell you when I first came, I was bombarding him with questions. Why do it seem like you just come at black people? Ronan pulled up. Well, he's not just coming at black people. He got the same smoke for white people too. You know what I mean? I said, okay, well, I could admit when I didn't know something. I didn't know that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
me
But
either.
at the
I didn't know
same
that.
time, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't either. I didn't either. I was ignorant to that as well because
You
I
see what
said
I'm
the
saying? But
same
the more
shit.
we know, the more we grow.
Facts.
Hey, so look, Charlie, what you just said, that was me and Ronan in reverse. Look, a little thing popped up. I had a little bit of information on what happened between he and I, so I started coming at him, and then I look at see his content, do a little research on him. Like, man, I don't really want to mess with this guy. He ain't bad. He ain't a bad guy, right? So, and that's where I'm at with it. I'd be happy if Ronan ever want to communicate and talk, Ronan. I'd be happy to talk and hash it out so that we can both have talked about it, wipe our heads, and move forward and go a different way.
And with that being said, I'm sure, like just culturally speaking, the way that Boosie look at Jay Prince is the way that I look at Ronan. You know what I mean? Because Ronan really like laid some game down. Like Ronan was the first. Ronan is the reason why my channel is set up the way it is because Ronan was the first content creator to where I seen him say, "Bro, post your channel over here, promote your channel over here. Tell me your channel, I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
promote it." You don't see until like recent. You don't see other content
Facts.
creators doing that. They don't want you promoting what you got going on in there. Ronan tell brothers, and if you go back and look, you can see myself included. Man, start you a channel and come up here and promote it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we all won, bro.
Start you a channel,
You get up and
promote your
get going.
books,
Let me
all
know
of
the
that.
day that you going live. I won't go live your day. I'll come over there and support you.
Mhm.
You know what I
That's
mean?
right.
So for me, it's all about the community, bro. So that's the thing, and that's why I was open to talk to Rob, and even with Mariah Sincere, like last night when I talked to her was my first time talking to her. I didn't get that energy, but at the same time, I guess like say she didn't feel like she had to protect herself against me because I never really attacked her. Because if it's something that I'm not working, you're never gonna see me over there in the LGBT community complaining about them because I got nothing to do with that. That's them.
Fact.
I'm staying in my lane.
Yeah. Look, we look. I don't. I was gonna say we all have been guilty of it. I don't want to say we all, but look, I have run into situations a couple times. Hey, the thing that happened with Ronan, right? Ronan's. I got the name, the number, all that. But past that, the other night when the stuff with Misha, like I saw a short clip on Misha that I never have seen her before. It was 30 seconds long, and I formed an opinion about her real quick that I had to do some more digging to. And look, even since then, like I still don't know Nisha. I mean, not Nisha, Misha like that, right? So through all of this, one thing I have learned, even making the reel and the guy reaching out to me, is I got to be a little bit slower on how I move with people and kind of form opinions and especially when I'm making content and putting things out there that could actually potentially maybe harm them in some type of way. So
And
look,
shout out to you for that. Cause
yeah,
we
so
all growing, man. We all
Yeah,
growing.
facts. I respect that.
Man, if
yeah,
you judge me on the man, I think I heard Big Bang say that talking about you don't like the person that I was. I don't like the person that I was. I'm not that's why I'm not that
Mm-hmm.
person no more.
yeah,
Facts.
yeah.
We
Facts.
all grow, man. You know what I mean? So shout out to that and
Man,
shout out to
are
Mr.
y'all
Shitty, man.
putting this shit up there?
I'll put it up there.
I'm I'm a
I'm
drum po. He told me to ignore the lame shit in the chat. I'm trying to ignore it. You put it up there. Bro been
I'm
talking
I'm
retarded,
I'm
man. What
giving
the hell are you on? We
I'm
fuck
giving them
with
all.
Ronan, bro. You tweaking. Get out of
I'm,
here.
No, no, he's saying I think he's talking to me because me and Ron, I kind of went at Ron. They're letting me know that
Oh,
Oh,
he's
but
Ron
that's
got
basically,
a Ron following.
Ronin.
yeah, he talking about the other Ron. He's basically saying Ronan's the shit, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't care
But
what
then
I
we,
say.
are you
So,
spelling it? Ain't he spelling it wrong?
yeah. So, but yeah, no, actually, the other night when I didn't know there was two Ronins. When Ronan here came to come on the thing, I was about to apologize to him for wanting to beat up on him, and they're like, "That ain't the right Ronan." I'm like, "Fuck, man! Like, there's all these different kind of people. I'm still learning, bro. So just hang in there and just keep
Hey,
paying
Rob, let me
attention."
ask you a question.
Yeah,
Do you play chess?
I used to, but I would like to, but I don't play often.
Ain't no a game a day, bro. You gotta strategize before you do any. So think about
Got
this.
to think five
Think
moves
about
ahead.
Yeah, think about like, okay, I'm finna post this video. How these folk gonna react, or how this you see it's a domino effect now because when I was in opposition to your message, where the video going in the group chat with the rest of these man, listen what them motherfucker talking about, woo, woo, and it passes on. So now you know why people you never heard of, never seen is just popping up because that's a part of the viral. The viral ain't just positive. The viral look positive in the analytics, but everybody that's watching ain't positive. Everybody that's watching us right now ain't positive.
So
You know
here's
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying? But you getting a whole bunch of goddamn interaction, but let's say 20% of it is haters. You
Yeah,
feel what I'm saying? Like
It's
just being
good
mindful, and I'm too
publicity.
mindful of what I
All
post. That's
good
why I ain't been a creator
publicity.
yet. But I'm just saying, like,
go ahead, Ron.
play
I
Yeah,
said
chess.
good or bad publicity is all positive publicity in marketing. We don't care.
yeah.
It's
Go
the
look at.
But
Go
you
ahead.
Mm,
should care if it's affecting
shit,
lives.
I guess.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Once you get the grief, then you can. Here's the greatest thing about me. I've been in sales for almost 40 years. When I came into a company, I would usually say, "Where are your people that fell off your books?" Instead of me making cold calls, guess what I would do? Repair a fucking relationship. You already know the name. You
Right,
probably had a bad salesperson that said something out of whack and cause you to lose a client. Guess what? I'm the greatest at repairing relationships. You might
right.
misunderstand me. You know what I'm saying? The first time around, maybe you misheard because sometimes we hear five of us can hear one person say one thing and get different definitions out of what the fuck he said. You get what
Facts,
I'm saying? So it takes
facts.
to let it sink in. So I was the greatest taking that fucking cold ass book of business and repairing that shit and making a ton of fucking money off of it. So
Yeah,
that's why I say in the marketing game, behind sales, marketing, right?
yeah.
Behind that is a warm market. They know your name, they're familiar with it. Now all you have to do is repair their impression of you.
Yeah, and look, I'm glad that Ronan actually said it because what I was going to say is that the truth is, at one point when I was first going off, especially when the stuff happened with my wife and stuff like that, I didn't really give a shit who was catching strays. I wasn't thinking that way, right? But it isn't how I want to operate, right? So that is why I start to ask and start to learn, and then as you get introduced to more people, right, and build relationships with them, and you start to see that some of what you're doing might be impacting them, right? I don't want to be like that, but there was a time where I wasn't targeting any set or group of people, but I didn't really give a shit if people were catching strays because I was kind of on my own thing because someone came towards my family, bro, and at that point I don't really start thinking about anyone else. I'm thinking about just that issue, and it's personal, and I'm focused on just self. You know what I mean?
Okay, so excuse let me say something real quick. So I get it about the all publicity is good publicity, but okay, if negative attention is coming your way and you are the reason or you provoked it, you get what I'm saying? That ain't necessarily gonna be good. It may be good for your bank account, it may be good for your views and your likes, but now you gonna provoke real humans, these real people with
Right.
real hands and real weapons that may take shit. You know, people take shit to the extreme. You know
That's a
that.
fact.
You know what I'm saying? And then what you got to understand, like you said, I'm not. You a white man. You speaking on Black matters. Black folks are sensitive as a motherfucker right now because of what is going on. We can't ignore that fact. So you dealing with a group of men that are gonna be very goddamn sensitive about anything that a white man say about them. You could be saying something that could be too true. Folk don't like the truth. You see what I'm saying? And now you got somebody in Medellin you never seen, you don't know how they look, but they know how you look. You see what I'm saying? They know exactly how you look. They watching you. They trying to figure out in the video. Cause you better believe if I got an enemy on social media, I'm in his background. I'm trying, oh, I know where that nigga at. Oh, that's what they doing. You got
Hmm.
to understand that that world dangerous too now. You
Hmm.
know, you got you got some, I'm a crazy motherfucker. You piss me off on social media. I'm trying to hack you. I'm trying to figure out where you at. You see what I'm saying? It's 1,000 million more motherfuckers just like that out here. Cause I done had situations dealing with social media and I wasn't even wrong.
Mhm. Yeah, I understand all of that too. So, I mean, I've been doing it a long time, and look, but yeah, I mean, look, that's what I'm coming on streams and what I'm doing right now and connecting with everybody in the community is gathering information, learning while trying to accomplish an objective, right? So, I'm doing a couple things at once, right? Trying to get better at what I do, which is my stuff hit more of the people that it needs to hit and not hit anyone that doesn't need to hit, while actually working together with other people to create a new narrative and bring a different type of attention to the community. I got a pretty good mission and why, and I'm still shaking and moving and kind of chipping away and fine tuning on how I'm actually getting there, right?
Can I give you one pointer?
Yeah.
Remove words like trying. You getting better. Clearly.
Yeah.
You ain't trying to do shit. Trying is like trying is leaving doubt. Like if you say, man, I'm trying to do you still leaving the doubt in the back of your mind that you can't do it? Just say, I'm getting better.
Oh yeah, no, I'm getting better. Look, I wasn't in prison, but I was homeless, 2012. So I've been at the bottom of that barrel myself. So and had to fight and climb to build a life for myself. So if I when I put my mind to something, I'll do it. But how long it might take, I don't know. But that's why when I'm meeting with Ronan and Fearless, asking questions, come in here tonight, asking questions, learning, creating solutions, right? So, but yeah. I'm one of the things that um what I have to had to learn in the space here too is, man, not all of especially when it comes to traveling, right? Well, we're even here on the panel, we got a whole bunch of strong personalities with different backgrounds like that. We can find ways to collaborate, be friends with each other, and we definitely ain't going to agree upon everything, man. But have to be able to
Absolutely.
dialogue. There has to be able to have real dialogue, man. That's important for me.
I agree.
Hell yeah.
Hey, my brothers, I have to tutor some cheering tomorrow, so I'm gonna bid you a good night. I still haven't caught up from the other 8 hour fest y'all went on because I had to work. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be listening in the background. Cliff, man,
Yay.
it was a pleasure to meet you. To the other people that I have already
Nice to meet
met,
you. Could you
man.
shout out your socials real quick before you go?
It's in the chat there. I got a few channels, so Ronan, if you
You
listening,
don't
All
man,
right.
want to listen to
Well,
my
could
channels
I
are
get their social media from you at the end, Rob?
Yeah, I'll send you their
yeah,
stuff too. Yeah.
I'll
yeah.
get
You can
everybody
give me
and
my
follow
email
y'all
and
and
my
stuff.
other
Matter of
channels.
fact, hold up. If I have any mods in my room, can you drop all the links, please? Thank you. I got
So I'm gonna
Rachel for
listen in the background.
the
Rob, I'm very interested to continue this conversation. I think it's positive. I think we just hit the tip of the iceberg, and I think
I agree.
we have some good positive people in here that can go. And I think Cliff, just from your background and where you've been, I think you mentally got to the place where you speaking. What I really love from what you're saying is, let me see how I can phrase it. Uh, you're very cautious of what comes out your mouth because I think when you speak negativity, you create negativity, but when you speak positivity, you
Energy is real.
bring it in.
Yeah. And look, what I think with
I
you too,
appreciate
Cliff,
that.
Cliff is you're saying you're new and you are new, but I think Cliff that you can play a big part in the stuff that we're talking about right now too. I think you could be a very critical piece of the puzzle for sure.
I
So,
would love
guys,
to,
man, you have a
man.
great evening. It's a pleasure. I'm listening in the background. Stay with this conversation. I think it's good, and I'll be on y'all channels. I'm always jumping on. Whenever I see Ronan on, I jump on.
Shout
Good
All
out.
right.
night,
Nice
fellas.
to meet you,
All right,
bro.
All
bro.
right.
Black Cleaner, you got yourself together, brother?
I don't know. Can you all hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yes, can.
Okay, great. Yeah, don't be listening to none of what they saying. All of them is talking about that's trash, man. I'm acting like Chris. Shout out to Sick of the Lies. But yeah, I'm in Colombia right now. I didn't get pulled out the line. I didn't want nobody to know that I was coming to Colombia because I didn't want Rob over there to be turning my information in, so I get pulled out the line. But I appreciate. I've been listening to you all since I got here. This Colombian internet ain't allowing me to be great. But what part of Atlanta are you coming from, Cliff? Because actually, I live in Decatur near Wesley
I'm
Chapel.
I'm from the I'm from Atlanta, but I raised in Decatur, but I live in Alpharetta.
Okay. Yeah, that's why he didn't want to say where he was from, y'all,
Yeah, I'm from the
in the
hood, but
beginning.
you know, I ain't there no more, goddamn it.
Right. It ain't where
I
you
feel
start, it's
you.
where you finish.
And I
Salute
try to
to
stay
you.
there up and around and shit for real.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what Charlie Chan was saying earlier, yeah, it was those three people that actually put a battery in my back in order to be where I'm at now. You know, I'm living out in Panama. You know, and I've been there for about 3 years now. I just had to travel to Colombia so that I can reset my passport, but I'm about to go back and start my residency papers. But as I said, I owe it to BMT because it was BMT who encouraged me to look for the brotherhood that was out there. It was Ronan's story times when I was about to crash out over a breakup. Instead of me crashing, I'm sitting in my van at my house off of Wesley Chapel Road crying, you
What?
know, over some broad who didn't
Oh, I
want to
know
be with
some.
me. I was like, yo, you know something? I'm listening to Ronan's story time came up and he was talking about his little situation and how it was the story time where he was talking about his nerdy cousin who ended up coming to DR because his wife actually had a baby that wasn't his, and he was a nerd, and he ended up getting his great reset, and now he came to be a little bit more of a he got some bass in his voice, and he became manly. And I'm like, you know something? Why the heck am I in this van crying over this chick? I need to be in DR, and I ended up, getting on Kiwi, booking my flight to the DR. Then once I got to the DR, I ended up meeting flip flops because I didn't go to Sasua. I ended up following like what Charlie Chan was saying. I ended up following Ronan's advice and stopping in Santo Domingo first. Then when I stopped in Santo Domingo first, to be able to see what was really going on in the Dominican Republic, then I was like, okay, let me see what the hell they talking about in Sasua. And then I went over to Sasua during the daytime and met Greg, Mr. Flip Flops, and me and him, chopped it, and gave me some game. So when I saw that, Rob was going after all of these guys, I'm like, yo, all of these guys is good dudes. Why is he going after them? When they, all of them have done nothing but give us game to be able to inspire us to be able to do positive things. So that's really what my beef was with Rob. And then when I saw that Mariah, I really didn't have no beef with Mariah. But when she aligned herself with Rob, I'm like, okay, well, I already know what side of the fence I'm on. So if they're creating an alliance over there, well, okay, it's just going to be us against them. And so I am happy that, we're able to iron a lot of this stuff out. And I was able to see what was the real beef. And I didn't even know that he was only in the space for 3 months. I thought he was in the space longer. But to
Me
hear that he was
too.
only in the space 3 months and making all of these waves, it's crazy.
Yeah,
But I'm
look,
gonna end it there.
it's been only 3 months, and look, here's the thing too. When it comes to like the BMT stuff, right? So yeah, you've been in it. I don't know how much longer, but longer than me. So you have a much longer runway with BMT, right? So my thing is, I had just heard about BMT, okay, and then I seen one piece of content, right, where people said, "Hey, BMT is the leader or the founder, whatever that may be," right? And I seen him on a podcast with Jamie Woods, right, and Jamie asked him, and I'm looking him. I'm looking at BMT as a leader, right? That is how I'm looking at him when I'm seeing this, right? And Jamie asked him, right? Do you think, right, that the passport bros, and then in my mind, the locals consider us all passport bros, right? Have anything to are to blame for any of the stuff that's going on? So me, I'm looking at BMT to be the leader and to have some account, hold some people accountable, and he said no. right? And that was the issue. So it's not BMT as a person, anything like that. I was looking for that leadership that people were saying that he's the guy for him to help all of us, right? Because this stuff impacts me too, man, 100%, right? To help us all be in that leader, and I didn't get it, and that's what I when I brought up BMT, that's what I was pointing to, right? So you everybody else's experience with them, all that, I respect and I get all that. I was looking for something because and bro, just being selfish, BMT had the opportunity to help me. That's how I was looking at it, and I didn't get it. So I said something about it. But at BMT as a person, all that other stuff, there is no issue at all, right? That's exactly what that was there, right? But I don't expect everybody else to know that, right? Everyone's going to come kind of see it from their perspective and whatnot, and then your relationship with him and what he's been able to do and impact you. I'm sure he's when the more I hear the amount of guys that he's helped, that's the whole point of what we're doing here, and to get back, let's get back to that. But we can't ignore the other stuff because it is impacting what all of us, how all of us are moving, right? It is. It's just we can't get around that.
Uh, and I agree. And for the core message of it, like I don't agree with creep cam. I don't. You know what I mean? If you gonna be out there and you gonna be having people like, don't be on some weirdo shit to where your camera's in your belt buckle. I think you're a weirdo. You doing that, and I don't believe in the PDF shit. Like, say if you got to, I heard something. I'm related to. So just give me. I seen something the other day to say if you got to take off all your clothes to weigh yourself on the scale, you already overweight. You know what I mean? So I'm saying if you got to go out of these countries and say, oh, it's legal over here, you already a pervert in my eyes. You see what I'm saying? If you got to do that, because where's your morality? Where's the sense of being a man? Now, mind you, I only have one child, and that one child is a girl. So I look at it
Bro,
as
what
being
the
a
hell going
father of
on?
a girl.
Bro, sick guys, bro.
You
Just
see what
being,
I'm saying? So if you be like, oh, it's legal over there, 16 is the legal age of consent. First of all, you're leading people wrong because there's a such thing as called the Juliet law. That's the first thing. Second thing is, bro, you're 85 years old. What are you doing?
yeah. But even look, what just happened on the stream here, like that's to the degree how pathetic some of this stuff is that we're up against, right? You're talking about creeper stuff, and we got a grown man coming on here hiding behind the thing.
That's crazy.
He's sending me private chats. Hey, I can help get people to the box and
What
match.
the hell
God,
just happened?
You need to get boxed.
yeah.
What he
That,
just do?
that's how sick it is, and those are the guys that are making all of our lives difficult, man.
But
So
that
look,
what I'm telling you,
so
this
here's the thing.
space attracts not just gentlemen like us, it attract creeps like that. It
Yeah,
does.
but
Man, I
here's
was
why.
so man, I seen some man, I just sat back sometimes in Colombia. And I said, I'm just watch these niggas, man. Cause I want to just see like what is on these motherfuckers' minds. Man, it's people who don't give a fuck about none of this stuff you talking about. All they care about is that chocha. All they care about is this. And I'm talking about that's a large majority of what I've seen in certain areas. Like I stayed in El Centro. I know bro said some slick shit in the chat about Parky. I had to get drugged to Parkietas. I had to get literally taken down. Now, I didn't want to go hang out there. I lived in El Centro, you know what I'm saying, for a while. You know what I'm saying? I just prefer to be around the locals. The second I start being around the gringo, that's when all the drama was introduced. I
Mm-mm.
was cool when I was with the Colombians for months. Then
You
when
know
I
what's
start trying to hang out and get a little nightlife, that's when the drama started. But what I noticed in flocks, a lot of creepy, a lot, I ain't putting no race on because I done seen black, Asian, white, every race you could imagine do like straight up. I'm talking about looking at dudes, and I know how to read a motherfucker inside out. So I'm looking, I'm like, but you a different kind of creep. And I calls him out too. I say, now I understand dudes a little horny, dudes want to, but you a different kind of creep. And I'm gonna call you. Now that ain't no pull to the side call out. Cause
No,
if I see some of that type of, and that's what sometimes we can't just, sometimes the gloves do have to come off. Sometimes you
agreed.
do have to check like
Wholeheartedly.
certain shit. you got to check it hard. You know what I'm saying? Like we all out and we a group of men and one acting. I don't care how he feel.
Before
You
you
out of
put
pocket, then you're not finna make all us look bad, and you're not gonna do no just straight creepy shit. You know what I'm saying? Just straight. That ain't even about tarnishing the brand no more. You was a creep. You know
You
what I'm
a
saying?
creep, and you need to be called
And
out
you
on it.
showing me that you will do some other shit. You'll do
right,
something else.
right,
And
before
if
you
I
pull
see
this
any
guy up,
PDF type shit in a person behavior, I'ma deal with it myself. I ain't waiting on nobody.
That's
You
why we
know, you
around the
get what I'm
same age and
saying?
both from down south.
listen,
Like we
listen,
didn't wait for
listen.
Oh yeah,
nothing to
we
get
we
involved.
yeah yeah
In
yeah
fact, the
yeah. Well,
best thing that could have happened to one of them people was the police got involved.
yeah
Rob,
yeah. You better know it.
You see what
Rob,
I'm
before
saying?
you pull some of
Because
these
like we
guys up,
believe in our
Yeah, I know,
hood
I know,
sheriff
justice,
I
street
lieutenant,
know.
Yeah,
justice. Let us
yeah.
find
Street
out
I,
who.
justice. You better know it. And they
So
do over there too, and to a certain extent, they'll let you get your shit off
yeah,
on them too over there now.
yeah. But
yeah,
also with that being said, in Black Cleaner is a brother that done been to multiple, like I say, he's lived in Panama, he go to DR, he go to
Old
Colombia,
Panama.
stuff like that. What I could promise you, Cliff, there's what got me in love with the DR, this I call myself Hodor of the DR. When everybody's
What?
talking about this Colombia shit, I'm like, I'm Hodor of the DR. The brotherhood is so strong in the DR, bro. You're gonna feel like you at a
Boy, I
family
didn't even know
reunion.
that. I
Man,
didn't
you
think
gonna
it
feel
was like that, bro. I thought it was gonna be the opposite.
nah.
no,
Nah.
go,
Dang,
go.
Black Cleaner, do you detect any lies, sir?
No, I always tell them,
that's
if you
dope,
go
bro.
to Tulum, Mexico, you're gonna see the sorority. Well, they used to be there, but because of the cartel and all of the uprisings, they done left up in there. But that used to be the sorority area. When you used to go to Colombia and DR, that would be the frat. That would be the brotherhood. And then you come to Panama because it's a majority of retirees in Panama and a few mixed in digital nomads and a couple of us traveling bros living in there. It's like a whole village because you got your brothers, your sisters, and your aunts and your auntie. I mean, your uncles. They're all living in harmony
Dang,
together.
I
So
ain't know
that's
that, but that's new. See, new information.
So I'm
By the
Yeah,
talking
way,
about the
my
DR to where my first trip to like Santo Domingo, like see when you seeing another American black man, y'all, because there's no competition out there. I got no reason to be mad at you. I have no reason to be on my guards around you. You out here living your life, and I'm out here living mine. The last thing we want to do is crash out. You know what I mean?
hey,
My first time there, I was talking to a brother. He was in the lobby of a hotel that I stayed at, and I was telling him, he was like, "Bro, you American?" I was like, "Yeah, what's up, bro?" You know what I mean? Like, I went to a cigar bar. It was Jay Abroad. He recommended the spot. Turns out I go up there, man. As soon as I walk in the door, I promise you, they brothers. It wasn't number black Americans up there. They said, "What's up, brother? How we doing?" Oh shit, just kicking it, man. I can't call it. I might spoil it, man. And we kicked it like some goddamn karate instructors up there, man.
that's
For
fly though. I
real, for
like
real.
that.
My first time meeting another black person, like I said, I was in the lobby of my Airbnb and I was telling the brother that it's my first time there and stuff like that. So I'm trying to get the lay of the land. He's like, bro, I got an Uber on the way. I'm gonna go to the grocery store. You want to catch that ride? You know what I mean? Like you just pull up, man. You ain't got to give me nothing on the Uber. Just shit, come just goddamn. I was like, nah, I got something on the way, but I appreciate it. Me and bro, cool. A lot of my brother, it's a brother that's in my community. I call him my OB. He's my original brother. Like I just met him in the DR. Man, we was on the rooftop. I went and got some beers, man. We was on the rooftop in the DR over the city, most beautiful view, man, and just having a beer and bonding, man. Like he one of my main brothers in the space right now, but just having my brother Mr. Peppers that's in the chat. We met at the same spot in real life. You
Mr.
know
that's
what I'm saying?
Pepper,
hard
The
though.
Mr.
brotherhood is so strong in the DR to where the DR will always have a place. And corny as it sounds, it's gonna always have a place in my heart.
Yeah, and Clifford,
That's
you
fire
can
though, bro. I ain't
go,
gonna lie.
go. You can go follow if you're looking for handles. Flip Flop, Mr. Flip Flop, and then
Which one that is?
that he's one of the guys in the DR, and then you
What's it?
got
What's your name, bro? The one say he stayed in Decatur. You live in Panama. You said
That's Black Cleaner.
Black
black.
Planet, right? Yeah, yeah. I got denied entry to Panama, bro. I can't meet you over there. They won't
Oh,
let me in.
yo, Mr.
And it
Pepper,
wasn't
bro.
for no sexual shit. They said you trying to go to Colombia with this cocaine in your record. You trying to go to the cocaine capital of the world, and they sent my ass back to Atlanta. I
Damn.
don't think I could never make it in Panama. I was pissed, bro. I had to book a whole nother flight and get there. This was before all the denied entry shit. I was denied entry.
Damn.
to a place I wasn't even trying to go. It was a layover. I was like, man, that's
That's wild. They didn't let you
I
come
was
over the
cussing them
lake.
folks out. I ain't want to be here. No, I'm trying to get to Columbia. Bitch, I don't want to be in y'all. Man, I was mad at hell.
So what? No, no, but break that down. So when usually when you land in Panama, the layover is pretty quick. So I mean, you landed off the
Man, I
plane.
didn't make it off the plane. They was at the door when I stepped out. You know how you come out the tunnel?
Yeah.
Why?
Dude, right there. I started trying to talk about like what's the call. He like, man, this ain't the United States. We don't have to give you no real reason. We don't like
So,
your jacket.
so Cliff,
I'm
wait a
like,
minute.
what?
It was
Cliff,
real. That was real.
hold on, Cliff,
And I
wait
said,
a
I
minute.
don't want to be here though. I'm just passing through there. You go, you gonna
Wait a
find
minute.
another way to get there then.
Damn.
Wait a minute. So you were flying to Colombia. You had a layover in Panama, and
Copa.
somehow Colombian immigration had already
No,
contacted.
no.
No,
Panama.
Panamanian.
Wait. Let me finish. So they must have let Panama know you were coming through, and you weren't going to be welcome. So to go ahead and stop you right there and send your
Mm-mm.
ass home.
No,
So
because
how
you
you
already got,
Columbia ain't had nothing to
Stop.
do with it.
you already got
'cause
into
I've
Colombia
never
since
run
then,
into
right?
immigration. I don't even run into immigration getting off a plane on a layover.
Nah, me
But
neither.
that Columbia ain't had nothing to do with it. I ain't had no problems in Colombia. It was just Panama.
Damn, they
And,
said you
and
can't
and it
even
was
pass through.
dudes that got denied entry that don't have no felonies on their record. They have been to jail. They got family in Panama. They've been to Panama many times. They looking at people that like, bro, you just saw me come through here last month. What the hell going on? They just turned it like how they turned it on in Medellin. They had
Yeah.
when the time when I was going there, they had just started doing shit like that.
Wow.
And
That's wild.
that was
How long ago?
2004 around like no December, November.
That was 22 years ago.
No, I mean 24, 24.
Oh, okay, 24. I was about to say, damn, man, that's wild. So, okay.
Trying to think what's going
No,
on in.
hell no. I ain't had no passport back then.
So, yeah. So, but you got into Colombia since that
Look at this
time, though.
dumbass. How do you run it?
But no, but you got into Colombia since that time, right? You've been to Colombia since then.
Yeah, I had to book a straight flight straight there. I couldn't do no layover in Panama for sure.
Yeah, so
He said,
Colombia
how do you
wasn't.
run into immigration on a lay?
Yeah.
Well,
No, they were waiting. So Colombia was not
That's like
involved in this because
Fridays.
they let them in.
How you get
nah.
fired on your
He
day
said,
off on
how
a
do
Friday?
you well, what kind of question is that? It's an airport. It's an actual airport, bro. An
But
international airport.
but here's the
That's
thing.
all I should have to say, bro.
But here's the thing for guys to learn right now, like that how it could happen, man. You're on a layover, you're just passing through, and immigration knows who you are and is waiting for you and saying you can't even pass through here. Forget about getting
And when I get in that bullpen, it's five other people down there. And they all look the same as me.
in. Man, that's
Dang,
wild.
that is crazy. I never heard of nothing like that. That's a first time experience.
Yeah,
Hearing something like that. That's
myself, I've
wild.
never heard anything
That's
like that
why I
as
thought
well.
it was relevant to say that. You know what I'm
It
No,
saying?
is
for
Like,
sure,
definitely
for sure.
relevant. Here's the thing: it's relevant even more today because with the way they're intersecting people coming off of planes, now you know you can get it on a layover.
Yeah,
Most
exactly.
people didn't even know that.
Hmm.
Yeah, but some countries don't allow felons, and like even Canada, like one of my friends, he ended up getting out of jail, and him and his boys tried to go to Canada just to go to Toronto for the weekend, and they was on a bus, and same thing that happened to them. They looked at homeboys record, and they was like, "Oh, nah, you got a felony on your record. You can't come in here." And
some of them
he
guys didn't even have felonies. They just may have been arrested. Or one dude, like I said, he was from Jamaica. They sent them back to Jamaica. He like, I ain't got no felonies or nothing. Like they just targeted me because I have been arrested, but the case got thrown out. They were just during that time frame, they was on that bullshit.
And look, it hasn't slowed down because look, you got stopped in a layover in Panama going to Colombia. Look, tonight, Ronan, you and I saw it over on BMT's podcast that he was having before we started this. We were over there looking, bro. There's people in the comments section of a podcast tagging migration in the comments of a stream, bro. Like there is just people
Yo, you
everywhere.
got a hell of a rats now.
The
You
heat
know what
is
I'm
all
saying?
over the
Like one
place.
thing I learned when I was in Colombia, you know how in the United States it's kind of frowned on to be a snitch. Man, one thing I learned about over there, but they don't get no damn about. Listen to what they say. Some shit happened in Colombia. The people take call the police for what? For what? They not
So,
really. They don't have that kind of code. I'm guessing they just some
so
street motherfuckers. They don't really have that. They tell openly. You know what I
let me
mean? That shit is just wide open. They don't give
Fact.
a damn about
let
putting the
me
police
let
on.
me
I peeped that
expand.
quick. I was like, oh
Let me
no,
expand on
they'll get
what
your ass up out of here now.
let me
That's
expand
like
on
what
what
Dave Chappelle said. If that would have happened to my sister, you'd have
Hey,
found the
it's
gloves at
not
our
like
house.
it's not like that, bro. It's not like that.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, now you're there,
Hello.
Ronan.
I
All
hear
right.
you.
Yeah. Let me expand on what Lindsay is saying here. U.S. proxy state. It absolutely
Oh,
is. They
Mm-hmm.
took Panama and made Panama an official country in 1903
Mm-hmm. With that
from,
Noriega shit. Yup.
from Colombia. They took it from Colombia and made it its own independent country.
Yup. Yup.
So that has a lot to do with it, and it is a major financial hub, offshore
Facts.
financial hub for the United States. That's why the U.S. dollar is predominantly used in Panama.
Yup.
You know,
Yeah,
It-
what's that? The Panama Canal is a real thing now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come
And
on.
important, the most important canal in that region.
so
Yup.
it is an arm of the United States. So I can see how you can get intercepted there. But damn, why would they even let you book the connecting flight if they knew you like that? God damn. That was a little bit of your waste of your money to let you fly that far and then turn your ass around so you have to rebook a direct flight. You know what I
Shout
mean?
out to my good brother Nack Neasy, man.
Knack almost hurt my feelings thinking he was not going to show up on the one night. I do a little thing.
Nah,
Knack, go silent,
listen.
man.
I'm damn near willing to take bets Nack gonna show up. He ain't the talking type.
No,
At least I don't get
I
that
meant
from him.
tonight. I meant tonight. He goes MIA, but
Oh,
he's
okay,
here.
yeah.
He's here, and he
No,
even
all
came
you
in
gotta
with.
do is mention say Brooklyn 3 times, and Nack gonna show up
Damn,
behind
he
you.
said
Like
he
what you
come out
say?
like the boogeyman. Like
For real, for real. Shout out to
what's
my
his
good
name in the
brother.
mirror?
I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't ready for no motherfucking fight. I ain't done no road work. I ain't hit no track. I ain't did none of that shit, man. I was gonna try to hurry up and get my shit in for the fight. Let me get ready for Raw real quick. I know this motherfucker training.
So yeah,
Oh man.
Knack already took it. So that's why I was actually first telling you, yo, you're gonna
Oh,
have to
that's the
fight this.
that's who you find?
You're gonna have to
Yep.
win one. We're gonna have to win one before we get to the next one because I already got one. Yeah, Knack and I. Not well,
They
not.
said he take down three, but y'all got to be YouTubers. He take on
Nack,
more than
pull up,
one
bro.
fight. Hey,
I'm
yeah, you
about
got
to
to
be
Hey,
a
he
be.
gonna pull up
YouTuber
and talking
now.
some
Shit.
slick shit now. Nack for a New Yorker, Nack talks some shit like a Southerner. You know how them Southerners they
Man,
got
them
a
New York
special way
niggas
of
talk
talking
hella
shit.
shit, boy.
Oh,
Yeah,
Knack is a king of them, bro. Knack is the king.
yeah,
Boy,
yeah, yeah, for
I've been
sure, for
locked up
sure.
in Brooklyn, MDC, for months. Them niggas talk cash shit. I love them Brooklyn niggas though. Them
Yeah,
niggas show nothing but love up there, but I ain't got nothing bad to say about Brooklyn.
Nah, I fucks with Nack. I think he a good guy, man. He talking shit, he popping shit, but we all do.
yeah. No, it's
Nah,
in good. It's in
I
good
can't
form.
fix my lip to say nothing bad about Brooklyn, boy.
Yeah, look, here comes the Knack.
I told you,
So
Nack gonna talk shit with the best of them.
I'm just happy I got Knack because I get a big name that I get to he gets to catch these hands, boy. So I'm happy I got Knack.
Damn.
Now here's the thing: they already said Nack had
I mean,
somebody
that's a
else on the
yeah,
lineup, and
Big
they pulled
Sandy.
out.
Big
Hmm.
Sandy, a motherfucker. I ain't been through
That's
Big
what they
Sandy.
said. Now, like I don't know, but they say bro pulled out like he wasn't trying to get his baby mama pregnant again. He pulled out.
5 years in Big Sandy, he's seen some shit. You seen some, boy. You seen. I ain't gonna hold you. That's an active yard.
Mm.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys this: between now and the boxing event, what are some of the things that we could be doing? I mean, actually, you know what? I think this right here is one of the things that we're doing, having the conversation. There's plenty of people here to come and listen, can take what from it. But what can we actively be doing to help try to continue a more positive narrative, right? To get a different kind of attention, right?
Well,
I'm
my
with.
goal is to get you to start posting more of the positive things that what you would call, what they would label as passport bros, because it's a lot of brothers in the space doing good things in other countries, man. So I think we gotta highlight that because, as we know, like say for some reason the negativity get a lot of attention. You know what I mean? But
Actually, you know what? not to cut you off. I just kind of thought of it because my mind's always working. I could do another expose because whenever I call someone out, it's always my expose thing, right? But I could take Ronan. What was his name earlier? The guy that's from Brazil with the charity.
Oh, that's a black man's option.
I
Yeah,
could take black man's options. I could do an
Yeah.
exposed. Everyone thinks that the smoke is coming, and we could be talking about the charity, bro.
Yep.
there you
And
Yep.
go, man.
Yep.
so
A
we just
million mile journey begins with your first step.
yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, okay, that's a good idea. So, all right, so that's me focusing on me. So actually, you know what, that I could do enough with just that stuff right there. So not to be selfish, but I don't even need any more ideas just yet. Y'all can
Yeah,
come up
no, for
with
sure,
them.
for sure. And what I'll do, I'll try to highlight, you know what I mean, just more positive travel, even though we don't really dwell on that over there. But man, I'll highlight more positive travel because, like I say, like we don't get a lot of attention. No, we small, but we mighty. That's why you see all of my people, and I see Ronan got a lot of people pulling up in the chat too. But you see a lot of my people that's in the chat, man, pulling up and showing love.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna go live in the next couple of days just so we could, you know what I mean? Because I tell my community, the community that I'm a part of, the channel that I'm not building is, I mean, that I'm building, it's not my channel, it's our channel. I take criticism, like say, when I was on Mariah Sincere channel last night, man, I woke up to like 10 messages from the community. Bro, what we doing now? Is this the direction we going? Like, bro, you got to check out the other side. You got to, if you feel like it's the opposition, you got to check it out. You got to
Here,
see. Now, I didn't get that same energy or whatever, but at the same time, like I told her, what I seen was the parts of her going viral, just going off on people. So that's who I expect her to be, but she wasn't like that with me last night.
this is what I want to encourage everyone to do. Not to say that anyone is in here is doing it. Is especially within the travel space itself, and if you're seeing people make content and stuff. Before we go and label anyone or have a hard opinion on anyone, go have a one-on-one conversation with them. Right, so because that's how it will be with me and Mariah. Because me and Mariah, if we talk all day, shit, y'all, you guys talk about maybe I had something that happened just here recently. Man, I'm in Mariah's DMs going off the chain myself. Like I just had it, and I know, you know what? I know
Rob,
she'll listen to me go crazy right now,
Rob,
right?
how did
Yeah,
I meet you? I jumped on somebody else's panel just so I could say, "Yo, I need to talk to you and come on
absolutely,
our show."
absolutely, absolutely.
And then we talked
That's
in
how
the
we met.
background before. I say, "Here's all my links. You can
Yeah,
check me out. You can do
yeah.
your research on me before you even come on my show." And fearless.
Yeah, and look,
So,
we're three
Yeah.
days in a row. We had a lot of good conversations, and all that starts. Yep, he jumped on a
and
panel
and,
and said,
and,
"Hey, I
and
want to
just
talk
look
to
how
you."
the community works because Ronan did that, reached out to another community, and I ran across you because you was in Ronan community because Ronan is over there in our community as well. So
Hmm.
it's like a whole community thing. Now, one thing I will say, it don't Ronan, from what I can say, he don't tolerate the BS. And if somebody say something wrong, he'll call them out on it, no matter if they on his side or come from his channel or what. He'll call them out on it, and that's something I can respect
That's how
because
it should be. That's
they
how it
call
Yep.
me
should be.
pushback Charlie for a reason. You could come up here and be my mother, but if you say something that I don't agree with, I'm gonna make it known that I don't agree with it.
Yeah, and listen, guys, for you know, we're a couple of days in this, but the longer this goes on, we around each other hanging out. My crazy ass is gonna probably do something stupid, and it's okay. Someone check me up. It's gonna. I know me well enough to know, right, that I need to get checked every once in a while, or I end up thinking I'm something special, and I
We
forget. You
don't
know,
even call it check when we mean. We call it held accountable.
held accountable. Right,
Hmm.
you
You
know.
see what I'm
It's
saying?
just
I ain't
standing
trying
the
to check you. You an
correction. You know what
adult,
I'm
but
saying?
you need, as a man, you need to be accountable for what you say.
Hmm.
At least
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah,
way I
we.
was taught.
Yeah, and look,
Hmm.
that's why the other night when we were on with Fearless and Ronan, and they were trying to talk to me, and Uncle Rico trying to jump in, but that's one of those moments right there. Not even them holding accountable, trying to engage, have real conversation, get real answers. No, no, this needs to be me and them. No one else needs to talk in this right now, right? I don't need. They need to hear from me, right?
And I
So
call Rico out on that. Like, why you stepping in front of him like you his bodyguard? This man is fully well capable of handling, and it's not like you didn't handle your own.
yeah, no, and his intentions are good, right? But we have to start to look down at, we have to look past, hey, me just trying to protect, right? Yo, I don't need it, but there's more at play here, right? That you can't get in the middle of.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure, 100% agree.
So, all right, well, I got my thing. I'm already gonna, I'm gonna reach out to at these guys before I do any of it. But I can work that really good where people are ready to come in and see the smoke, and then they get the fire. You know what I mean? With the guys that are doing good stuff, and that helps create a different narrative.
But here's the thing, and shout out to you for learning as you go. But like I said, black people get painted with a broad brush, right? You did the live, or you did your little video, your reel on old boy that we're talking about today. Now he sends you a chat, and you're like
Shout out to
more
my brother Pepper.
able to understand that. Oh, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right, right? So you got the information from the horse's mouth. You understood that. Oh, maybe I jumped the gun too quickly. Let me pull that video. Let's sit down and talk. And you talk to him, and you're like, okay, let's do a live so I can kind of show. And I say when somebody makes a mistake, they own it and they try to reform themselves, or say they're sorry in some way. And your attempt at telling this guy's real story is an attempt of you showing, you know what, I might have came out with some bad information, but aside for a retraction, I want to talk about it. You know, so
Big
Yeah.
people
respect on that.
see
Yeah.
that your attempt at trying to retract maybe bad information. Same thing with you and Ronan the Traveler, my alter ego down in the DR.
Shout out to the
You know
big
what I'm
homie.
saying? Once you start digging into who people really are, you might make a snap decision initially, but then you go back and say, okay, maybe I didn't do my research. As long as you're
Hmm.
attempting to do that, brothers can look past maybe an initial, mistake. You get what I'm saying? As long as you're willing to come to the table, like we try to hold Rico accountable for things, but he says things in a back ass way and flips around so much it's like a wet fish out of water. You get
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm on
saying?
Rico Hills. I told him that last night though, so it's not like I'm saying
But
that.
yeah,
I told
but at
Rico
least
Wednesday.
you're willing as a man to come to the table and have a conversation. And then you allow people to make their own opinion on whether you actually learn from the conversation and you're growing, or it was like talking to a wall and you're still doing the same old shit.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so for me, I can only focus on me, and that's how I'm gonna move. How I'm gonna move, and then whoever I'm gonna be around is gonna move the same way, right? That's just we get to choose. We get to choose who we're gonna be, and we get to choose who our circle is gonna be, right? And
Speaking
that's
of
all I
choice,
could
can I
go.
ask you a question, Rob?
Yeah,
If you are you willing to continue on this crusade even if you don't get as many views and as much attention?
absolutely. Because here's the deal. Watch.
That's respect, bro.
So here's the thing. Is if because we'll just say if it's just about views, right? And then we're gonna say, hey, I need the views and the engagement to be able to sell my course, right? We'll just put it right where it's at, okay? Bro, I run ads for a living. This whole organic thing, like, bro, I can put dollars into it and get the views. And when I run ads, it's not even close to the same content because then we're running ads for the actual course itself,
Mm.
right? So it's a whole different thing then. So I could still get to who I need to get to and be able to make dollars and make sense, right? So 100% because I am, maybe some guys, that are not in the paid space or whatever, like they need just the organ. I don't need that. Right, I enjoy what I'm doing, and I believe in the stuff that I'm doing. But like, I told Ronan the other night too. Like he said, "Hey, if I change it to Gringos instead of Passport Bros, if it, bro, like I'm still gonna do it, and I'll find a way to make it work. Right? I
Shout
haven't had
out
any.
respect for that.
I haven't
Respect for
had
that.
any. I haven't had any trouble just yet. I'll figure it out. Right? Doing things the right way and still winning is more important than knowingly. Right? People are gonna catch strays if I do this. If I do it anyway, I'm selfish, and it kills the whole message that I'm saying that I'm have, which is looking out for people,
Shout out to you for that, bro.
right? And that's the whole point of what I'm talking about tonight is when other guys are making some of the stuff and they're saying, hey, we're trying to help everyone move and have fun and this and that, but they're not because their guys are catching strays and getting kicked out of the country.
Yeah, agree. Agree. Shout out to you for that, man. And I wanted to bring that up just so, like, say, for one, we could hold you accountable for that, and for two, to let the people know, like, man, you can change, bro. You know what I mean? Like we all have made mistakes in our past, and I'm not here caping for you and no shit like that. I'm just speaking in general. We all, man, I done some shit. I'm sure everybody on this panel has done some shit in their past that they not proud of.
Yeah.
Man, a
Yo,
real man can stand a straightening. That would separate a man from a male.
Exactly.
A
Exactly.
swinging dick is a male, but if
Yeah.
you can stand a straightening, not from anybody, not from
Right.
just anybody, but you can recognize this dude just trying to get me on the right path. You can stand there straight and let somebody correct you and hold yourself accountable. These are the things that develop a man like
Yep.
in real life. Cause if a nigga, if a man don't allow other men that he chooses to be around, you choose to be in this circle, but you ain't gonna let me strain you. Why you in this circle though? You ain't maturing then. You ain't grown. What you
Right.
choose to be around
I
this
agree
brother
with that
for if
wholeheartedly.
he can't correct you when you clearly off track? So that's what made me realize I'm like, hell no, Rob ain't goddamn a bad guy as I thought he would because he instantly, as we talking and not in no fake ass way, just held himself accountable. I didn't have to do it. He did it his damn self. I can't do nothing but honor that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
As
Because
a man,
so many men that I know would never do that. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, the evidence can be in their face and they gonna fight you to the death and be dead ass wrong. So I gotta respect that.
the thing about it is it's so much harder to move the other way because you're not in alignment with yourself and you know it. So no matter what look, because guys, I was a homeless drug addict. You don't get to being a homeless drug addict by being a stand-up guy, right? You know what I mean? Like I have been there, and even to get and rebuild my life and get to where I was at, had to have other people helping me along, me learning and growing, still allowing people to help me grow and keep going. And at the same time, me as I'm moving, helping other people, bringing them along. Like that's just how it has been, right? The moment that I think I got everything figured out and I'm not going to make mistakes and I can't take anything from anyone, I already lost the game.
yeah, I agree.
So
Exactly.
anybody in the group feel like they self-made? Like, because like as you
One
said, I
hundred
didn't know
percent.
that about you, but now you showing somebody helped you along the way. I know I ain't self-made. I don't even feel successful at this point, but I know I'm not self-made.
Listen,
Somebody had to help me. I wouldn't be
I
alive if it weren't for the helping hands. You know what I'm
when
saying?
I
So I just had that question. Do y'all
when
feel
I
like y'all self-made or somebody definitely helped y'all along the way?
Well, when you
here
put it like that, for sure, man. I'm not even saying, bro. And I tell people I could do a story time on this, bro. I was in a house fire. My uncle do burglar bars. You from the south, so you know what burglar bars are. He do burglar bars, so the burglar bars on our crib was super secure. I woke up, the house was on fire. I couldn't even get out that joint. It was
Mm-hmm.
too, and you know, you when you from the south, you know everybody in that neighborhood. They've been there for 30 years plus. Even the pastor
Mm-hmm.
throughs. Man, it was two men that came that we've never seen. If you guys need me to prove this, I have no problem. It made the news where I'm from. But two men that nobody's ever seen came and just hit the door with a sludge hammer. I guess they was on their work or something, and I came out. Doctor said if I would have been in there another 5 minutes, I would have died in a burning house. So
look,
when you put it like that, I'm definitely not self-made. I'm only here by the grace of God.
Better
guys,
know
here,
it.
watch this.
That was the point right there, bro.
Look,
Cause I ain't supposed to be here either.
I was homeless. I went to a state-run detox for 3 days. Okay, I got out. I started going to NA meetings, 12-step meetings. Okay, and I started going to these meetings. And when you go, they tell you that you got to get a sponsor, right? You got to get a sponsor to help you. So when I was going to these meetings, I'm like, yo, this shit ain't gonna work, right? But I'm so desperate, I'll let them prove me wrong, right? So I'll get a sponsor. So I'm in a meeting one night and I hear this guy, he shares and he's sharing all his story. He had issues with his dad. We had similar backgrounds, all different kinds of pains, this, that, and the other. And I was like, yo, I'm gonna ask that guy to be my sponsor. And my brother was with me and he didn't have to go to those meetings and like, he wanted to leave before the end. And he takes me out. And I remember being in his car. I'm like, bro, I'm never gonna see that guy again. Just ruined my chance to improve my life and blah, 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 right? Because that's where I was at. The next night, I get to a meeting. I'm telling this guy I'm with about the guy that I met the night before, this, that, and the other. And the guy I'm talking to knows him, right? So all out of the shadows, the guy comes walking up, and the guy I'm talking to goes, "There's your chance. Go get him." All right. That man saved my life. Okay. That man is a black man from the Bronx. Saved my life. Well,
And
so
now you got another black man from the Bronx finna put hands on you. So it's a full
exactly,
circle.
probably damn brother. It's probably if he my old sponsor probably told him you need to whoop Robert's ass from all the shit he put me through.
So shout out to y'all, man. I'm gonna have to get ready to get up out of here if I can. Just have a couple seconds, man.
Yeah,
Shout
yeah.
out to everybody that pulled up, man, and supported. Shout out to the people from over there from this thing of ours, man. Shout out to Misha from vibing with Misha. Her and my good brother right near, man. They always showing love. And if y'all go over there, y'all see we even had a difference of opinion, man. But at the same time, if you want to echo chamber, those people are not your real friends, man. You know what I
Mm,
mean? If you got people that won't never disagree with you, I have never met a man in my life that I agree with 100% of what they saying. Never.
Hmm.
So if I can't voice that opinion to you, we are not true friends. So I'm saying that to say,
mm-hmm.
like y'all done seen us have a disagreement and everything, and I still rock with them. I still fuck with Misha and Rainier. Those are some cool individuals. And for people that can't understand their life, sometimes you need to understand you can't understand everything. Everything ain't meant for you to understand. I can't understand, and this is no shot at that community, but I can't understand why a man would want to lay with another man. But I just know everything ain't for me to understand. So with that being
Facts.
said, I just let that go. I'm saying that to say people want to judge Misha and Ray near life and shit like that. Just bro, just if it works for them, it works for them. I've said long time ago I would have. Why want? And it's gonna sound crazy, so y'all just work with me. Why want a man that want to be with a woman? I mean, that want to be a woman be with a woman that want to be a man. You still got them to get your options achieved, but shit, just you know what I mean. You can still procreate. So whatever works for you, do you. Shout out to my good brother, Mr. Pepper. Shout out to Prime. Shout out to Foreign Skies pulled up. Shout out to everybody that pulled up from this thing of ours from outside of the internet, man. I truly, truly appreciate y'all. And another thing that I want to say before I go, and Rob can contest to this. I told Rob I have no problem coming on your channel. He said he'll come on mine too, but I actually meant I would like for you to bring some value, something to where my people could walk away with something tangible, understands, learn something. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Was that not a conversation we had, Rob?
Absolutely, and I'll happily do that. There you go. That's another thing we talk about positive things or whatever. I'll happily, for me, I talk about the marketing, the media buying stuff. That's a remote skill. I'm happy to come talk about whatever you want it to be,
Yeah,
but
and,
come
and,
come
and with
with
that,
something
if
like
y'all
that.
watch that live, Rob jumped on because I said, bro, we're not all about box or even just traveling. I had a 6 hour live with a self made millionaire to where he was giving what he done in the game to get to where he at. Rob was like, oh, I'm with that. Now you speaking my language. Okay, come
Mm-hmm.
share some game with my community, with the community that I'm a part of.
Mhm.
So it's never like a one size fit all, and sometimes some of steel is forged by fire, guys. You know
Facts.
what I mean? Steel is forged by fire, and I'm saying that to say sometimes
Mhm.
it's gonna get hot before it comes together and gets sharp. So with that being
Mhm.
said, man, I'm Charlie Chan from Charlie Chan TV. Rob, I want to thank you for having me up, man. I look forward to conversing with you in the future. Shout out to you, Cliff. I um, look forward, man. You should come on. I'm gonna try to go live tomorrow. I'm gonna
We gonna
link
be
up with
in
my
touch, bro. I'm
community.
gonna
Nobody from
find you
my
so I'm
community is
gonna
going
be in
live
touch.
tomorrow. I definitely go live, but that's just like I told Ronan. Cause Ronan's a good brother of mine. If you going live, let me know because I'm not gonna go live during the time you go live. He said, bro, vice versa, bro. What are we doing? What's understood ain't gotta be explained. You know what I mean? Shout out to Black Cleaner that was just on the channel, another good brother of mine. So man, y'all just know I'm about community over here, man. So if you with that, you with what I'm with, man. So y'all have a good, pleasant night. Appreciate y'all so much, man. This is Charlie Chan with Charlie Chan TV, and we is over and out.
Thanks, bro. Have a good night. Cliff, you want to go ahead and give a last piece before we get going?
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great conversation, man. I'm glad y'all invited old rookie like me, man, old new Jack, into the conversation, man. I appreciate it. Shit, if anybody do want to follow me, I'm Clifford Shannon or Clifford.Shannon on all platforms, man. And that shit, that's all I gotta say. I'm finna go and take my head to bed.
Good
No,
night.
that's it. Oh, we done 12-hour lives, Cliff.
I gotta get my stamina. I ain't trained for this. I'm still new to the space. 12 hours?
You
Ah,
12. Ask my
shit.
brother that's on the as soon as I got enough followers to where I could go live.
I
My
want
brother
I
right there
want
that's on
y'all
the
I
channel.
want y'all
I
to
started
guide
promoting
me
him to
into
where
this
he could go
space, bro.
live too. Now he doing numbers.
I want y'all to guide me into this space because I know for a fact I got a message that can save that
It
can
sounds
help,
like you do,
and,
bro. Pull
and
up, pull up, bro. You know,
I know I can
you'll see
save a
the
life.
community is gonna welcome you with open arms, man.
All
Yeah.
right, I'm looking forward to
Hey,
working with y'all, man, for real.
And Cliff, look, when we were talking, right, when you and I started talking, and I invited you on tonight, bro, I never checked your channel to see how many people you got. I don't even, bro. We were talking about something that was interesting that I wanted to have a conversation about tonight that could help people, and that's why you came on. I don't give a shit about how many people you got following you. Yo, I'm not on YouTube that much. My YouTube channel ain't even that big at all, man. You don't have to be big. You don't have to be anywhere to start doing. When I started my Instagram a few months ago, my first post had 70,000 views or whatever, bro. All I had to do was show up and rip something off, and that's how it gets going, man. So
Y'all
you don't.
motivated me, bro. I'm inspired by just talking to y'all, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
For
all right, man.
real. And my Decatur partner, I see you. I kind of wish I could come fuck with you in Panama. My Decatur
He gonna be
partner,
in the
he on
DR for the
Western
link up.
Chapel. I ain't expect nobody from around the way to jump on the line. That was special, but yeah, this was fun, man. I liked it, man. It was great, and I learned a lot.
Well, good,
Yeah,
man.
it's always like this in our community. This is all we do. We just have these community powwows, and that was what shocked us because we was hearing all of the shots across the way going on between Rob and Rico and Miss Mariah and all of them, and we wasn't even concerned with it because we over there being positive. But then a couple of trades came our way, and we was like, "Hold up, why they shooting over here? We ain't doing nothing." So we had to go see what the fuss was about.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
man. I'm
Well,
glad this shit working itself out, though, man.
that's
Oh,
good.
absolutely.
So good, Ronan. Jump
No,
in.
appreciate being invited to the live. Unfortunately, we couldn't pull the brother up, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad guy if you get caught up in some things. You just are being associated, and that's what I've been saying for a year and a half now, almost 2 years. That by some of these individuals moving around, and I'm talking about these pookies, it is affecting us as a whole. We are now flying while black. So
Hmm.
now you're already perceived as being one thing only first versus some of the other things you could be, depending on how you dress, depending on what you're wearing that day, how your personality is, all those things, your first impression, you better be on point because they are looking at you. And even with Cliff's testimony, they're looking at you before you even get in the country. Y'all better watch out for them damn halfway layovers, goddamn it.
Before you
Them
even get off the plane.
You already
they
know. You already know my next reel that's coming out,
right.
right? Got an
So then
update for.
right. So then,
I never
you
made it off the plane. They
I,
looking at you before you get off the plane. When
Yeah.
I
so
got out the tunnel, he was right there.
right.
So that's all I should have to tell these folks.
And then some of these countries now are doing FBI background checks. I think DC Rob is talking about Colombia has an FBI background check before you can get in sometimes. So depending on the type of visa you're doing. So
Look, they
you know,
don't have it. That my visa didn't require it, but
mhm.
we didn't submit it without it because they kick it back every single time you
Right.
ask for
So
it.
it's
Yeah.
better to clear it through the FBI because then they know it's the ultimate background check. That's the same
Yo,
I'm gonna tell
yo,
you
can y'all
something else.
hear
I
me?
got detained leaving Cuba too.
right.
And
As
if I ain't know no Spanish, ain't no telling how they would have took it. The fact that I knew Spanish and I knew what was going on, probably the only
Yo,
reason them folks ain't you know what I'm saying, do me
yo,
dirty over there.
yeah.
Just so people to know, like, yeah, if you go into a circle, you might want to try to
yo,
learn the language.
yo. Can y'all
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish up though, Ronan. I want you to be able to
So,
finish up what you got
like
to
I
say.
said, anybody on my channel, I appreciate you guys stopping in. I know there were so many other choices you could have made, but you chose to join us on this live tonight. And please subscribe to
Y'all
the
it in the chat?
YouTube channels that you guys would like to. That's the Gringo channel, Cliff's new channel, Black Man or Black Cleaner, myself. Obviously, if you're on my channel, you already know that. Charlie Chan TV, outstanding commentation and discussions over there as well. Vibing with Misha, who's over in the clouds over there, but she is a good channel and a very honest woman. That's why I call her my sis. So there's so many other content creators out there beside the drama ones. that you can get
Mm.
really good positive information from. And we're not charging a dime. You won't see people. I might have consulting, but I mean, I'll tell you what. I don't know how many phone calls I done got from Charlie Chan TV trying to have him help me, or he wanted me to help him do this, that, and the other thing. And I sit down and have a whole consult. I'm talking hours, bro, free,
Yeah. Yeah.
because I know you.
Yeah.
And that's the
Ronan.
thing. A lot of people that
Ronan.
have guarded mentalities, and a lot of it is not in this side of the house. You know what I'm saying?
Ronan. You and Cliff got to link up with the AI too. Cliff. Ronan's a big AI guy.
For sure. You got Instagram?
I do. It should be Ronin Travelers.
All right. I think I saw it, but it was two of them.
Yeah, there's Ronin the
Yeah.
Wandering Traveler, which is the one in DR, and then there's Ronin Travelers, which is me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's me.
I
That's
probably ended up giving you smoke at. I probably ended up giving you smoke at some point in time, thinking you were him when I was doing all
no,
that,
no,
Ronan.
no,
I
no, no,
definitely got it confused, man.
no. I never got any smoke from you.
All right, good, because man, I didn't know that there was two, and I was just half cocked at one point, you know.
I didn't know
Right.
it was two.
So, but
So yeah, like I said, I appreciate your ability to take direction and to learn and grow in a space that normally we don't see. And like I told you on our channel, we see a white man, it's about somebody trying to sell us something,
mhm,
and that's been for generations. You get so when we get somebody in our space that ain't the same tone as us, the
mhm,
antennas should be going up. Like, okay, what's he here for? You get what
yeah,
I'm saying? So then we got to break you down. We got to analyze what's going on. Where's your headset? Where's your mindset at? So that takes time because people put on airs, and we've been in sales, so you know how that works. You
yeah,
can turn that
absolutely,
shit on and turn that shit off, depending on who you really are.
absolutely.
So yeah, that's the only reason you came in and you did your thing on our channel, and you stayed consistent, and that's all we plan on seeing from you is consistency and humility, and you've displayed both. So at this point, I can't judge you but for what I see. You know what I mean? And other than
Absolutely.
that, I appreciate the time. Great live. I hope you guys chime in for other future lives and to see what goes on. And I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for happy to have you on, man. So appreciate you guys being here. So, who's next, man? How does this name keep changing on here? That's what bugging me out. It's
What?
your name. It's saying NYC the future
NYC
now.
the future. Somebody tried to probably just snatch your link, and it looked
Oh
like
wow,
NYC
that's
future.
Oh, they
But
crazy.
probably know. Yeah,
yeah,
but go ahead. The floor is yours now.
Oh, well, thank you for having me on the panel. And yeah, I mean, we definitely, everybody judges everybody. I'm here in Colombia right now. I walk into my Airbnb and this YT family is walking in ahead of me and I come in behind them and then all of them look at me. Luckily, they was from America and they were still, standoffish. Oh, where you from? And I'm like, I'm from, Atlanta. Where you from? Oh, Denver. What are you here for? And then I say I'm here for Petronio, and they're like, huh? What petroleum? And then once, they had a Spanish friend with them, and she was like, nah, Petronio. He's for the festival. And then they was like, oh, and then they walk in, and I'm sitting here like, okay, we're all here in this country, and I'm still being profiled.
Mhm.
So it happens. We do it to everybody. But,
mhm.
all we got to do is learn how to cope and move forward with that and keep it positive. And that's what happens in our community. As, Charlie keeps on saying, in this thing of ours, we try to keep it positive and keep it focused on positivity and growing and keep it moving. And it's the same thing, check out Charlie Chan, Ronan, shout out to all of them vibing with me. DCPRT, who's also in day trading. He talks about that. My channel is about the common man. The person who's making $10 an hour, who wants to learn how to travel and make it overseas. I try to make it plain. So, because a lot of people they like to make things complex. I try to make it plain for those who were trying to be able to get free to get free. Like even last week, I had one guy come on. He's a multimillionaire, and he was able to make $2 million by just buying cash homes and he actually gave away the game on my channel last Monday. We had a money mindset Monday on real estate, so y'all could go check that out. This Monday on my channel, we're just going to be talking about relationships and peeling back the layers, because really it's a therapy session for all of us. And the only reason that I started doing this was because when life be life and Charlie Chan wasn't able to get on, and I was like, you know something, we still need to have this positive um, content on, because when you start searching the internet and you're hungry and you're looking for positivity, a lot of times all you're going to find is that drama and all of that negativity. So yeah, Ronan said it. The Gen X generation has been silent long enough. And if we want to be able to, control the narrative again, we got to be able to put the positivity back on, for people to see, okay, yeah, there is more than just these mongerers and sexpats out here doing what they doing. So I'm just doing my part to contribute to that. And that's all. I thank you for having me on the panel. I'm thanking you for the dialogue that we having, so that we can stop all of this negativity and all of these shots fired going on, so that we can get back to being positive and and letting people be able to travel and do things that's positive, around the world. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing, man. And actually, you said it. That was the whole point of tonight and getting everyone together, was to take back control of the narrative. Right, we have to infuse the positivity. That was the whole point of getting everyone together tonight. And I grabbed guys that I thought that I believe could come together and do it. And then we just got it. Last night I told the guys on the call, hey, I'm making the declaration right now. I'm done with the shit, man. I'm not getting on another stream to do any kind of this, that, or the other. And actually, I want to thank Ronan and Fearless for 2 nights ago, right? I want to thank Mariah for last night, because we had a lot of good conversation last night. We did it tonight. We already got momentum for a few nights in a row of having good conversations. Now we just need to keep it going, and we got to have the action behind it, right? But there is action happening behind it, right? And even I'm learning, because I'm still new in this space. I don't know about all the guys that are doing different stuff in different areas, because until I started making content, I didn't really watch it. I wasn't much of a consumer, so I don't know what's out there. I only know what I know. But the more I meet, there are people that are out there doing good stuff, and we need to be focused more on them and lifting them up and finding out ways that we could do that. And for me, like I know what I can do. I got some good ideas from this. I got a lot of good ideas from this. So that the last 3 days, I've been having these conversations around these same people, and now I'm flowing. So I just know I'm going to stay around the people that I've been around, focus on what I'm focusing on, and I'm going to leave the rest alone, because I can't control them, right? But I believe that I can do enough good with the guys and the gals that I'm around, that we can split that narrative, right? And then I won't fall into that same group with them anymore. And that's the only way I'm going to break away, because we are not going to change them, and I can't give them any more of my time. So I appreciate all you guys coming on and us talking. Cliff being in my DMs, right, to give me the smoke, and now we're here. Now you're on a stream meeting other guys that now we could, and that you can end up becoming a critical piece in all this stuff too, bro. And that's what happens with conversation, man. So, and then I want to invite anyone that isn't on the panel, right, that might be here watching, right, that maybe sees some of my stuff, that might have an opinion about me, right, and that's sitting out in the bushes or on the sidelines right now. You're always free to hit me up in the DMs as well, and we can have a conversation if you want to do that. So that's it for me tonight. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out, and I'm feeling really good after the 3 days, minus how much little sleep I've gotten.
All right, y'all. I'm
All
out of
right,
here,
guys.
man. Appreciate y'all, brothers, man.
Good night, guys.
Peace.
Bye.